Mansa then, of course, led the World Championship after winning the season opener against Max Quiles and was set to have a rematch with Quiles in Brazil before the crash, which of course led to that elbow injury. I think any sort of points that he can drag out of this Grand Prix, I think will be an achievement for Mansa given his physical condition. Talking his chances down a little bit, wasn't he, when he spoke to Jack on the grid. That was, again, like Munoz, once the lights go out and the adrenaline kicks in, that might well just see it through the race difficulty, which is at 19.
Testing his pain threshold. Find out just where they're at recovery wise on Munoz. Going to play with Kelso first to Adrian Fernandez as well, who starts one place higher than him on the grid. Only 2 Hondas starting on the first 5 rows of this Spanish Grand Prix. 13 KTMs have qualified inside the top 13. Adrian Fernandez was sick. We saw him speaking to Spanish TV there for Leotard Racing, with John Kelso in that 3rd row in 7th.
Just saw another go, Matteo Bertelli, his best qualifying of 2026. He's on the 3rd row in 9th. Really good qualifying yesterday for the Level Up MTA squad. Bertelli 9th, and Joel Esteban, who's been very fast for much of this season, but not exactly full of good fortune, was taken down by the crash of Veda Putama in Austin. Esteban, one to watch from the front of row 2.
18-year-old Barcelona-born Aspar rider Marco Morelli. He's going to go away from 11th place on the middle of that 4th row. Squeezed in between Danish and Perrone. He scored points in his last 6 Grand Prix. Has Morelli done a solid start to the campaign for him. Comes into the Spanish Grand Prix 5th overall in the World Championship standings. Well, it looks like on paper, from what we've seen so far this weekend, this is Max Quiles' Spanish Grand Prix to lose. He's been so dominant. What does the boss think know about his prospects of winning in front of his home crowd? Let's get the thoughts of Aspar team manager Nico Thrower Jack.
Nico, Max has been super fast all weekend. He's obviously the big favourite for this one. What was your last message to him just then?
I say be calm because he have a very good pace. The season is super long. For sure in Spain he want to try to win, but if we don't, the best target is try to win, but if we don't win, it's not a problem because it's super long season, like I say, and also he started the season with a very good results, not straight because he's a killer rider.
Thanks, Nico. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's what Aspar call him, a killer. Quiles. Podium in 12 of his 21 starts. He's led in 15 of 21 Grand Prix. He's already established himself as a serial front runner through that stellar rookie campaign last year. 5 minutes then until we're underway in our first European Grand Prix action of 2026. It was an Aspar rider, of course, back in Mugello 2024. David Alonso as he steamrolled towards title success last year, the last time. In Moto3, we had a rider top all practice sessions, qualified on pole, and then won the Grand Prix. No pressure, Max.
Yeah, he's not someone who seems to suffer too much from the pressure, though, does he? He said actually in Austin that he feels a little more conservative in his second full season, that he's thinking a lot more when he's riding out over it. But perhaps that is just the championship mentality kicking in for Max Quiles. Of course, a rookie last year wasn't in the World Championship battle, and I guess was never really thinking in those terms. In 2026, though, he knows full well that he is in a big title challenge, and he's almost certainly the favourite in the eyes of this Moto3 field. So perhaps Quiles will have that in his mind if we do have a big group up at the front.
Yeah, he's a massive red-hot odds-on bookies favourite coming into the Spanish round is Quiles, although there's only been 3 wins in 15 Moto3 battles here in Andalusia that have been won from pole position. Yeah, make no mistake, Quiles is a huge favourite coming into this Grand Prix. What about David Munoz? It's been a real turbulent few months for him since that nasty femur fracture over in Lombard. Multiple surgeries to get him into this position. We do know that once he is fully fit, David Munoz is going to pose a potential threat to Max Quiles' domination of the 2026 Moto3 World Championship. An all-Spanish front row then here in Jerez. Alvaro Carpe on the front row in 3rd place. David Munoz then looking back to his best in 2nd place on the grid. But going from pole position, it's the World Championship leader, Max Quiles, who has been fastest throughout the weekend, quickest in practice, on pole position. Can he complete the clean sweep here in front of his home crowd in Spain?
There is nothing quite like the Spanish Grand Prix, and Spanish riders lock out in the front two rows in Moto3. First pole since Hungary last year for Max Quiles, ahead of the returning David Munoz and Alvaro Carpe. Joel Esteban lines up fourth, ahead of Brian Uriarte, equaling his career best, and the top Honda of Adrian Fernandez. Joel Kelso from Q1 to 7th, ahead of the returning David Almanza and Matteo Bertelli, his best of the year. Hakim Danish, Marco Morelli and Valentin Peroni on row 4. Of course, remember, Peroni led into the last corner in Austin before finishing fourth. Scott Ogden, Ruche Moodley equaling his career best, and Adrian Cruzes on row 5. It's an all-rookie row 6, O'Gorman, Fatama and Sal Mella. Jesus Rios heads row 7 ahead of Cormac Buchanan, and the Austin winner Guido Pini, his worst for nearly a full year. Ryusuke Yamanaka, his worst since Qatar last year, in 22nd ahead of Zen Batani, Eddie O'Shea, Nicola Carraro and Leo Ramastorfer, who crashed in Q1.
We've seen very little of our Austin Grand Prix winner, Guido Pini. Starting down 21st place on the grid, his lowest in 17 since Magellan, when he was also in 21st place. 59th, didn't bring right, winning by 3. Last time out, just a 12th Italian. Austin was the first time he'd ever led a Grand Prix, and he led it at the perfect time when he came out of that dramatic final corner.
From Morelli. In terms of the front tyre, a vast majority have gone for the medium front, the SC2. The riders to watch at the front of the field who've gone the opposite way. Well, the only one on the front 4 rows is Joel Kelso on the MR Honda. In terms of the rear tyre, it's a 50-50 split. The riders at the front generally are on the medium SC2 rear tyre. The riders to watch on the soft rear tyre are Carpe, Uriarte and Adrian Fernandez.
21 degrees is the ambient temperature, 24 degrees is the track temperature. As you saw from that drone shot down into the Dani Pedrosa corner, nigh on perfect conditions here for racing this morning in Andalusia. Temperature will get hotter as we move through the day. 2 p.m. local time will be the 25-lap MotoGP race. Temperature expected to reach into the sort of high 20s as the Moto3 pack, the superstars of the future, there walk back in front of what is a super bumper Sunday crowd here in Jerez. Those hillsides in the stadium section between the Angel Nieto and the Palucchi corners, well, people have been grabbing their vantage spots there since about 3 or 4 a.m. this morning. In terms of the championship then, as we hit Europe for the first time, quite a big buffer that Quiles has from pole position, 23 points clear. He is of his closest rival, Alvaro Carpe. So Quiles is going to have the DNF in this Spanish Grand Prix to lose the World Championship lead heading to Mon, and that's something that he's never done in his Grand Prix career. 21 starts, he has finished the lot, and he tends to finish very high up the rankings, doesn't he, as Pecco Bagnaia and Marco Bezzecchi look on. Marco Bezzecchi, of course, later on this afternoon in MotoGP, fighting for his 6th successive MotoGP success. The Aprilia rider leading the MotoGP World Championship. There's your Moto3 World Championship leader, though, and of what is always one of the biggest Grand Prix of the season, particularly for the Spanish riders, and they look to take it to the max in front of a capacity crowd. Green flag has cleared at the back. We're about to go racing in 19 laps here in Moto3. It's lights out. We're getting a little bit of a delay here.
At the back.
It's a problem at the back. Lights out, we are eventually racing here in Moto3 then in Jerez. A bit of a jump off the line there from the 64 bike of Munoz. He goes side by side though in the first braking zone up the hill on Quiles. Quiles trying to find the inside line on the inside of Munoz into turn 1. There's a brilliant start by Munoz. He leads. Is that
Bertelli, I think?
Yeah, I think it is. Bertelli has gone down further down the field. There was drama on the line, drama at the first corner. No drama though for Munoz, who leads here in Jerez.
I think it was Ramastorfer on the 658 Honda who had some problems at the back of the grid. We saw the yellow flags waving. I guess given that he was right at the back, the officials decided that there was no danger in starting the race.
Oh, Esteban picking up Quiles, big style into the Pons corner. We know that Esteban's a hard charger. Well, proving it once again there. Quiles had nothing to do. He had to pick it up. Esteban then now threatening the lead. He's got some slipstream down this back straight. They're almost on the grass, aren't they, there? Further back, Adrian Fernandez. Esteban has been superb on this first lap. He's already gone from 4th to lead.
Morelli sailing wide there at the end of the back straight into the Dani Pedrosa hairpin. Kelso was well up there too on the MLab Honda, but he got swallowed up on the way into turn 6. He dropped from 4th back to 7th.
Yeah, so did Munoz, and he's now been gobbled up as well by Carpe, who started in 3rd place. So with the slipstream, Munoz coming out of turn 5 on this first lap was leading. He's now going to get picked off by Adrian Fernandez, and now the 64's back in 5th. Quiles though has hit the front for the 3rd time in this Grand Prix. Into the stadium section we go. You can hear the roar of this massive Spanish crowd as Quiles then from pole is back at the front.
And ironically, it was through the Aspar corner that he gained the lead. An error for Esteban. He was wide through turn 8, put him completely offline on the run into 9, and in the end, Keeler is quite happy to sweep around the outside of it.
Munoz brilliant on the inside of Carpe. There's nothing that Carpe can do here to carry on turning in. Those two Spaniards lean on each other. Munoz gets the better of it, back into P3. Lap 1 of 19 then about to be completed here in this Spanish Grand Prix. It is Quiles from pole that leads it. Esteban was super aggressive on that first lap from 40. He briefly led it out of shape there, Esteban on the brakes, as he tipped into the first right-hander.
Danish is getting aggressive on the MSI bike. He was trying to get up the inside of Kelso. He's 8th, up 2 off the line. Tricky start for David Almanza, who's back 2 to 10th. Confirmation there on your screens. It was a problem for Leo Ramersdorf, right at the back of the grid on the 658 Honda. He's a lap down and almost certainly now out of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, a shame, as the rookie needs track time. He needs race experience, doesn't he? Top of your picture there. That's some move.
Peroni coming
Peroni through on Fernandez. He's just, well, I love that place. Running wide on the exit of 5 there was Quiles. He's going to get this long run there now. Good overtaking opportunity this on the brakes into the Dani Pedrosa corner. Fernandez fancies it on the inside of Carpe. There's going to be no way through.
Yeah, I think that's Peroni taking Carpe to take 4th place. It's the 83 against the 73. Carpe getting very aggressive. Sounded like he was in an aggressive mood, didn't it, when he was on the grid talking to Jack. So the 83 maintains 4th place, and now that opens the door for Fernandez to take 5th back from Peroni.
It's been a strong start to this Grand Prix for Vader Pratama, the Indonesian live wire. He's come from 17th on the grid. He's already got himself up into the top 10. Picked off David Almanza, who's down in 11th place. Almanza's lost 3 places in his early exchanges.
Absolutely zero progress, though, from Guido Pini, the Austin win. In fact, he has just gained the place from Zen Mitani. He's up to 20th place, but would have expected the Leopard Honda to be a bit further forward than that by now.
What a move that was by Munoz through on Esteban in the fast right hand as he picked Esteban up, and that allowed Carpe to come through. Esteban just lost all of his momentum there with the Munoz aggression. I think Fernandez got through on him as well. Over the line, we're going to go there on to lap 3 of 19. Munoz is the fastest rider on circuit, and that included that super aggressive move through Ferrari on Esteban, a 144.806 then. Munoz in second, quickest rider in Jerez.
Oh, big move, big lunge at the inside there from Peroni. I guess he's fighting fire with fire after he was really duffed up at the final corner in Austin. Massive lunge at the inside of Esteban for Peroni to take 5th.
Esteban's like a punch bag at the moment. He's taking haymakers left, right and centre as there's frustration there for Bertelli. A shake of the head. He was on the floor at the very first corner. It's a shame for Bertelli because he qualified on the first 3 rows. He went away from 9th. Let's try and pick the bones out of this. He's right in the middle of the picture there on the number 18 bike.
Crashes on his own, does he? No, there's a Leopard Honda on the inside. A little bit of contact from Adrian Fernandez. Such a tight first corner, that could so easily happen.
Yeah, it's likely to be judged just a racing incident. Fernandez is getting busy on Carpe here at turn 60, Pedrosa corner, and Fernandez then, who started this Grand Prix from the back of the second row in 6th place, up into P3. Quiles not able to make a decisive break like Rueda did here last year. He's still got Munoz a very close company.
Like Quiles was a little wide going onto the back straight, which I thought might put him under a bit of pressure from Munoz. Munoz, though, not close enough to make a move into 6th. There's a bit of a gap opening up, though, behind the top 2, because Fernandez, the Leopard Honda, is now the next rider along, and it doesn't look at this early stage as if he has the pace to go with the 2 Spaniards directly ahead of him.
Well, on the previous lap at this stage, Joel Esteban was 2nd, but now he's been pushed back down to 6th place. He's got Joel Kelso right behind him. Quiles and Munoz then, your top 2. Bit of a gap there now between those pair, and fellow Spaniard Adrian Fernandez back in 3rd, who's just trying to make his own break here away from Carpe and Peroni. On to lap 4 of 19 we go. That's successive fastest laps of this Grand Prix then for Munoz. Now down to a 1:44.691. The gap just under 2/10 between him and Quiles.
Yeah, Fernandez is in the 44s as well. 44.8 for him. Carpe was the rider with the pole lap here in Esteban. Of course, we saw what happened to Esteban as he was elbowed aside by Peroni, which dropped him to 6th place. They are investigating the incident at the start of the Grand Prix. If there is any penalty, we'll inform you as soon as it pops up on our screens. It would be a blowout for Fernandez, given he's sitting 3rd.
Yeah, there he is on the Leopard Honda. Simon Crafar and co having a close look at that one. Leopard Honda management have just spotted it. That's flashed up on their screens as well. That's why they're looking somewhat apprehensive about what may be to come from the steward's office. There we go then. Here's Jerez on the brakes. Oh, a little bit out of shape there. A bit of a wobble there, wasn't there, as he squeezed that front brake lever for Jerez. He's a bit wide on the exit as well. This is going to keep Munoz interested.
Same tyre strategies between the front two, Jerez and Munoz, medium front, medium rear. The rider immediately behind them, Fernandez, he is on the soft rear tyre though, so perhaps an early advantage in terms of grip, but Fernandez needs to make sure that he has some rubber left for those crucial final laps.
Something that might play a big factor in this Grand Prix, as Morelli's going to head back out on circuit and try and get a bit of information data, is how long can David Munoz run this hot pace that's being set by himself and Jerez. He's not done a lot of racing in the last few months as David Munoz. He's missed the last 2 Grand Prix, missed the last 4 of 2025 after that femur fracture in Lombok, so he's a little bit ring rusty. You wouldn't know though, would you, at the moment, the way he's hounding and harassing Jerez at the front of this Grand Prix.
Fernandez is trying to reel this leading pair back in. He's bringing Carpe and Perrone along with them. He's starting to splinter a little bit, this leading group behind them. Esteban not keeping up. 44.554, fastest lap of the Grand Prix to Adrian Fernandez. He is trying to chip away at the gap.
Yeah, he's getting on with this quite brilliantly, isn't he, Fernandez? Under no real pressure at the moment from Carpe and Perrone behind him. There's a big gap there now, over a second back to Esteban. The pace is a little bit too hot for him to handle at the front of this Grand Prix. Now clear daylight between our top 5 and co. Brian Uriarte's got himself up into 7th, having started 5th. Yeah, no further action. Thought that was going to be declared a racing incident. That'll be a mighty relief for Adrian Fernandez and Leopard Honda.
Yeah, he can crack on and focus on the podium battle up ahead of him. Carpe and Perrone, they also set their personal best laps of the Grand Prix last time round. Fernandez did a 44.5. The other 4 riders you can see in your picture in that leading group, they all did 44.6. It's a bit of a mistake there on the inside of turn 6 for Carpe, which will open the door potentially for Perrone. Of course, those 2 are previous from Austin a couple of weeks ago.
Further down, David Almanza's continuing to go the wrong way. He's just been picked off the 13th place by Casey O'Gorman, so just clinging on to a point-scoring place right now. Is Almanza suffering with that fractured elbow that he picked up in that spectacular high side when leading in Goiânia. At the front, just under 0.4 of a second is the gap in the 3rd sector between Jerez and Munoz. That's the biggest gap that Jerez has been able to establish in this Grand Prix. Is he just now getting his head down? Just that fuel load lightening ever so slightly. The tyres now perfectly up to working temperature. Is he now just sensing that this is the stage of the race where just try and drop the hammer a little bit and see what the pursuing pack have got?
Yeah, Carpe, after that mistake, he's now putting a bit of a rearguard action against Valentin Perrone. 44.7 for Jerez, 44.9 for Munoz. Fernandez, once again, was the fastest rider. Not by much, but once again, the Leopard Honda, the sole Honda in this lead battle, was the quickest of the top 5.
Liking the look of Pratama once again. He's just at a 45.077, his fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far. He's done an awful lot of work to get himself up from 17th on the grid and now up into 8th is Pratama. That's brilliant by the Indonesian once again.
Yeah, it's Esteban who's reversing back down the order. Speaking of reversing, David Munoz now loses that 2nd place. It would be very early in the race for him to be encountering any sort of physical issues at this stage, whether he's just not got the pace at this stage. Fernandez certainly would appear to, as he takes 2nd.
Perrone trying to pick up some slipstream behind Carpe. He's used the slipstream quite brilliantly there, just steezing the inside line. Carpe wanted the inside space, but there was another KTM blocking his way. So Perrone then now up into P4. He can't let Fernandez and Munoz get away. That's a part of his thinking process here right now. I think Carpe was trying to send it back at him through turn 8, wasn't he?
Yeah, you can see what it's doing to this group. You can see the gaps that are now opening up side by side. Tech 3 KTM versus IO KTM at the back of the picture for 4th and 5th. Then the next group, which is now led by Morelli, I think, from the overhead shot. Yes, it is. He's just passed Uriarte. We've got rookies 6th and 7th, and of course Pratama's in that group as well. He's just been passed by Esteban again.
Jerez is cracking the whip here. He's trying to make this break. What a battle this is. Further down the order between Perrone and Carpe. Carpe's gone back through.
Jerez has made a mistake somewhere in this. Maybe he is pushing hard to try and build this gap up, but it's backfired on him. He must have made some sort of mistake through this 4th sector, because Fernandez and Munoz have latched right onto the back of it.
Jesus Rios is having a good fight with Pratama. He's now up into 9th. Is Rios. Good fight this, 83 versus 73. Not the first time this season we've seen these two locking horns on Red Bull KTM. So yeah, Jerez's advantage, which was almost going to be 0.7 of a second, it looked like, had he not made a mistake late on that lap 6. Well, it's all completely evaporated now, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, to get a look of where he lost that time. Yeah, his advantage through the third sector was 6/10, came down by half a second through that fourth sector. Munoz then, his eyes lighting up, and he is back into this leading battle. Jack's got an update on the 64.
Yeah, just chatting with the team, confirming that the longest run he's done since that injury in Indonesia last year is 6 laps. So David Munoz now going into uncharted territory. They were saying throughout the weekend, not a little pain, he's suffering from a lot of pain still. So this is some effort from the number 64.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. Thanks very much for that information. Yeah, Herculean effort already by David Munoz. He's still got 12.5 laps of this Spanish Grand Prix remaining. It's the fact that he's firmly in the hunt for the podium, firmly in the hunt for the victory here in this home Grand Prix that's keeping him going. He'll be able to block out the pain, block out the fatigue at this stage, but what a stat that is. Just 6 laps complete in succession for David Munoz since last October in that Indonesian Grand Prix. We said he was ring rusty, didn't think he was that lacking action in Moto3.
He's going to have to do 3 times that if he's to make the checkered flag in this Grand Prix. But I don't think anyone has ever questioned David Munoz's fighting spirit. As Quiles goes a bit wide there, don't open the door like that to Adrian Fernandez, he'll happily ride through it.
We've got a race on, folks, here in Moto3, one which we perhaps didn't think was going to unfold. We've got yellow flags out at sector 4, so Quiles then loses the lead. Adrian Fernandez, who had that first corner contact here with Matteo Bertelli on lap 1. This time around, there's no dramas as he negotiates that first corner. So Fernandez, Quiles and Munoz, a long, long way clear, over 2 seconds up the road on that battle for 4th place, still ranging between Carpe and Perrone.
I think it's Zenmitani that we've lost in the 4th sector. He's yet to come across the line to complete the 7th lap. We're now on lap 8 of 19. Is Munoz now going to have a crack at Max Quiles?
Carpe and Perrone on that last lap had dropped back into the 46s, which could put them in a bit of trouble here, because behind them at the lead, the head of the 3rd group, shall we say, is Marco Morelli, who was a 45.2. That was 0.8 quicker than both Carpe and Perrone. Yeah, they're dropping
Munoz
back
alert
towards this group as Munoz thought about an aggressive attack on the inside of Quiles.
He's always thinking about it, isn't he?
Munoz has a good long look over his left shoulder there just to see how much of a gap he has back to Carpe and Perrone. But yeah, Morelli's doing an awesome job here of dragging the likes of Uriarte, Esteban, Rios and Patama along for the ride as well, because they're getting close to the Carpe-Perrone battle for 4th now.
David Munoz, the best form of defence is always attack. He might well be having a look behind now that he's seen the gap. Maybe he can't just focus on what's ahead, because at the moment, of course, very early days, he's got a relatively safe 3rd place if his physical condition matches up.
Morelli's through now on Carpe, so Morelli has split the 2 KTMs. Well, this was coming. What has happened to the pace of Carpe and Perrone here? Dropping off a cliff, aren't they? Back in the 46s on that last lap. Oh, Guido Pini's had a bit of a horror show here in Jerez after being the first Italian winner in 4 years in Moto3. Last time out in Austin, he's gone down at turn 9. Pini, so he's out of contention. So now it's Morelli then who will try and close in on our top 3.
And look at the gap he's already put into them. They're going to be passed by Uriarte soon as well. He's the 3rd of the Red Bull KTM painted bikes in this group. Uriarte, the Junior GP and Red Bull Rookies champion, on the 51 bike now queuing up. Esteban is still in that group too. So is Rios on the Sniper Honda, who's also got into the action.
Well, the fastest rider on that previous lap was Fernandez, the leader. What a move that is by Morelli. What a move. Take a bow, Marco Morelli, 2 for the price of 1 into the Angel Nieto corner. Just to give an indication how much Carpe and Perrone are struggling at this juncture of the Grand Prix. Fernandez, the leader, you can see him being pursued by Quiles and Munoz. A 1:45.186 on that last. That was his best time, fastest of that lap. Carpe and Perrone were 1.5 seconds further back. Well, that has been coming. He threatened it on the previous lap on the brakes into turn 6. This time around, it is job done for Munoz. A pain, tiredness, fatigue. What pain and tiredness?
What's happened to the pace of Max Quiles? He was cruising, well, relatively cruising, half-second clear at the front of the field. Almost shades of Austin, this, isn't it? Where we thought he was going to win fairly comfortably, and he ended up dropping back into a group that we thought he had no business being a part of. There are yellow flags further back in the 3rd sector, and it's Nicola Carraro who's brought them out at turn 6. His teammate's going very well in 9th place, but Carraro's race is over. Shout
out to Al Mansur, who know he's going to be suffering with a bit of lack of race action of late. He did a 1:45.222 on that last lap. That was actually quicker than Quiles and Munoz,
who won
the podium positions. Yeah, Quiles giving some payback to Munoz there into the Lorenzo corner. Fernandez just can't break away, can he, from the 2 behind him? We mentioned the fact that there was only 2 Hondas that qualified in the top 15 here for the Spanish Grand Prix. Well, it's Fernandez who's doing a phenomenal job of trying to see if Honda can win.
Morelli's faster than this leading trio at the moment. He's doing 45.1. He was 4/10 quicker than the leading 3, and we're only just coming up to half race distance. If that sort of pace continues and this top 3 start watching each other, don't rule out Morelli from joining this leading group yet. He's 3 seconds off the lead, but lapping 4/10 quicker.
In about 2 or 3 laps, Perone's gone from 4th. He's now dropped down to 9th. He's briefly back up into 8th, having a good battle with Rios, although Rios has just passed him back, so Perone is then now back in 9th spot. Here is Fernandez. We know that there's nothing wrong with the top speed of that Leopard Honda. It's traditionally been the fastest motorcycle in Moto3 down the years, so there's very little that Jerez and Munoz can do in terms of getting a slipstream to attack Fernandez on the brakes into the Pedrosa corner.
Turning into a bit of a nightmare, this for Perone. Back to 9th place now. He's got Pratama and Almanza right behind him. The early initial pace hasn't stayed for Kelso. He's now back to 12th place. He's ahead of O'Gorman, Danish and Rico Salmela. Danish is at the back of that group that goes from 5th place all the way back to Danish in 14th.
Yeah, Almanza's recovery has been quite impressive. Once he's got his body and his tyres warmed up nicely, he was as low as 14th at one stage in this Grand Prix. He has recovered up now to 11th place. He's about a second behind Pratama.
Morelli's so good in that 3rd sector. He pulls back 3/10 on the leading trio. So once again on this lap, will be interesting once they come across the line to see what kind of lap times he's doing. But Morelli will be able to see that leading trio getting closer and closer. They're not just in the distance now, they're potentially a genuine target for the rookie, who of course nearly caught Jerez to win in Brazil earlier in the year. 45.3 for the leader. Morelli over the line, a 45.1. He's continuing to chip away.
Munoz once again just showing his front wheel there to Jerez in the uphill braking zone for that turn 1. Bit of a lonely ride at the moment as far as Morelli is concerned. He's trying to make the lead group of 3 a lead group of 4. It looks like Carpe has steadied the ship after he hit the troubled waters just 2 or 3 laps ago. He's now back in the sort of low to mid 145s, and he has clawed his way back up into 5th place. You can just see Carpe there at the back of your picture.
What a ride Rios is having on the Snipers Honda on the 54. He's now past Uriarte and up into 6th place. Rios, another Spaniard that hasn't been spoken about as much, that has come from the Junior GP World Championship. He is another bright talent, and he's in a big battle with the likes of Uriarte and Carpe.
Almost 3 years ago, isn't it, since Honda last won back-to-back Grand Prix in Moto3. Are they going to do it here after Pini's successful Leopard Honda in Austin? Adrian Fernandez is doing an outstanding job at the moment. Here is Jerez. You can just see in the top left-hand corner of your screens going through turn 8. Jerez closing up on Fernandez. Is Munoz at the stage of Grand Prix where he might just run out of a little bit of pace? There is Rios on the inside of Pratama going into turn 9. Some battle this is further down the order. 19th into the top 6 for Rios. Brilliant job.
Would be a career best, of course, at this early stage for Rios, who was 9th in Valencia at the end of last season when he was brought into that team in anticipation of his rookie season this year. We saw another big look behind from Munoz coming out of the Pedrosa hairpin of turn 6. This time he does genuinely have someone to look at, the fast-closing Morelli.
Good job this by Pratama. It was his lowest ever grid position. First time in Grand Prix he's had to start off the 2nd row of the grid for the number 9. He's keeping some illustrious company there. Fernandez then, another 45.3 from him.
Morelli's in the 44s.
A couple of tenths quicker than him was Jerez. Yeah, Morelli, well, he cruised towards that Carpe Perone battle for 4th and 5th just a few laps ago. Now, is it going to get better and better as far as Morelli's concerned? 2 seconds. What is the gap there now? It's 2.1 seconds. Morelli sits behind Munoz.
Started 11th on the grid, did Marco Morelli, and was caught in all that traffic, as you mentioned. Cruised through it, and he's now got his eyes on genuinely catching that top 3. We still have 8 laps to go, including the lap that we're on, so there's plenty of time for Morelli to get into this.
Have to say, this is an absolute top-notch performance by Munoz. Absolutely awesome to see him. But we know that he's really suffering fitness-wise. He's done so precious little racing in the last 6 or 7 months or so. Multiple surgeries. Just to get him participating in this Spanish Grand Prix was a bonus. They were happy. They were relief faces in the German-based Intact team when he passed the medical here on Thursday. He's passed every test so far with flying colours thrown at him this weekend. It could get better as far as Munoz is concerned. He has not been dropped at all, has he, by Fernandez and Quiles?
Yeah, Fernandez is on that soft rear tyre, and I guess the question that has to be asked of Morelli is whether he can sustain this pace. Morelli is also on the soft rear tyre, unlike Munoz and Quiles, who are on the medium. So is Morelli just taking everything he can out of his tyres? Does he have anything left if and when he catches this group?
Here's Fernandez. He's been so good on the brakes into this turn 13. How many Moto3 races down the years have been decided at the very last corner, at the Jorge Lorenzo corner? There's always set for another grandstand finish here in front of packed grandstands at the Circuito de Jerez. Angel Nieto. Morelli now then. Well, the gap on the start of the last lap was 2 seconds. It's now down to 1.6. That's the gap between Morelli and Munoz. The top three close up through the Michelin corner.
Back-to-back 1:44s for Marco Morelli. That time it was a 44.8. He was a half-second quicker than the race leader. You can see him now in the back of the picture on the second of the Aspar machines. Morelli is a genuine podium contender now.
From 17th on the grid, now into the top 6. Vader Bratama producing more brilliance for Honda Team Asia. He's still in that 6th place. He's got Joel Esteban, the company, Uriarte, Rios and Perrone still inside the top 10. Just outside the top 10 remains Almanza. The rider to be watching here is a 97 Aspar KTM of Marco Morelli, who's just charging back into this podium battle.
Not the race I thought Alvaro Carpe would be having, I have to say. He's doing 45.7s at the moment in 5th place, so he's the best part of a second slower than the rider who is immediately up ahead of him, Morelli, not particularly close up ahead of him. 2.7 seconds Morelli is now put into the 83 of Carpe. As we track them through the 3rd sector, it's around about a second and a half, the gap between Morelli and Munoz up ahead of him, so he hasn't taken the same big bite that he has in the previous laps. There he is, back of the picture on the 97 bike. Of course, has had a podium already this season in Goiânia. Can he add an unlikely victory here in Spain?
This might get better for Pratama. He might be able to pick off Carpe. That will probably be as much progress as he's able to make. But if he's... Oh, there's a bit of a moment there. That's sort of the first time it looks like Fernandez has blinked on the brakes into that turn 13. Just a little bit of movement as he squeezed the front brake on, trail braking into that Lorenzo corner. Just allow Quiles just to close up right on that rear tyre. The flags out in second to 4 once again. There is Pratama's got Carpe. Just as we were saying, it could get better for Pratama getting himself up into 5th. Well, we had to wait about 30 seconds before he duly obliged. 17th to 5th this by the Indonesian teenager. Brilliant.
Yeah, what's going on here? It's Esteban, who's all sorts of sideways and heading straight in the direction of Brian Uriarte there. And Uriarte blissfully unaware until... Unfortunately, the young Catalan rode straight into his right elbow, and that opened the door for Rios and Perrone to sneak through on the inside.
Yeah, how on the ragged edge is Joel Esteban at this stage of the Grand Prix. There is Almanza cutting a tighter inside line through 5 on Esteban. Is he able to set up some slipstream here? Back at the front, it is still Fernandez. That leads, still resisting this constant threat being posed by Quiles and Munoz behind him. The gap between Munoz and Morelli is coming down and down and down. It's now down to under 1.3 seconds. Morelli's got, what, 5.5 laps still remaining. He's got the time. Has he got the tyre underneath him?
Yeah, what will he have when he gets there? Because it feels like it is a matter of time until he gets there. Looks so good, doesn't he? Appropriately so, through the Aspar corner on the Aspar KTM. Just looks, he's got such a lovely style to watch on board that 97 bike, as his teammate is thinking about Adrian Fernandez. Is Max Quiles now, much like we thought he was doing in Austin in the last days, is he just playing a patient waiting game here?
Pratama and Carpe, their battle is a bit of a lonely one at the moment. Carpe's 1.5 seconds up the road ahead of Rios, who's having a brilliant ride in 7th place for the River Cold Snipers Honda team. Well, here is Marco Morelli, whose eyes will be lighting up inside that helmet right now, on top of that 97 bike, because he puts in a 1:45.1. He was 4/10 quicker than Munoz, but now Max Quiles decides. I wonder if he's been looking at his pit board and he's been made aware of the looming and emerging threat of his teammate Marco Morelli here, and they say, you've got to start going here now, Max. So Max Quiles then back at the front. Fernandez then in 2nd. Munoz still in 3rd place.
Yeah, I saw that movie in Goiânia. Quiles is saying it almost goes to the gravel trap there on the outside of turn 4, although that is not a track limits violation. He is allowed to do that. Joel Esteban has been informed to drop 1 position. We all saw the reason for that after riding through the side of Brian Uriarte a lap ago.
So Quiles has been in this position before in this Spanish Grand Prix. At the front, oh, here comes Munoz on the inside of Fernandez. That is a beautiful move textbook move from Munoz on the brakes into the Dani Pedrosa corner, turn 6. Munoz is not giving this one up without an almighty fight. I mean, just to be on circuit here in Jerez has been a great achievement by Munoz and the Intact team. To back it up with a front row and a podium, well, that'll be some celebrations this evening for the rider. Born, what, 90 kilometres away in nearby Sevilla. Can he try and claim a fairy tale home win here? Keeler's the only rider now ahead of him.
It'll be worth looking at Max Keeler's lap time when he comes across the line here. Is this Fernandez fading out of leading contention, or is this Max Keeler's deciding, I've waited long enough, I've played the patient game, now is the time to pull the pin and put these young lads in their place? Munoz is certainly trying to stick with him. The incentive of a home Grand Prix victory will certainly override any pain he's feeling.
Yeah, Prosecco is a pretty good painkiller right now, isn't it? All the potential of for Munoz. Joel Esteban, just for information, has successfully completed his one position drop penalty. Matteo Bertelli, after his first corner crash, has just entered the pits and called it quits for level up MTA. Keeler's a bit twitchy there as he squeezed the power on coming out of the Michelin corner, turn 2, through the fast left-handers now of 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's trying to stretch this out, and once again, that's the Keeler's line through turn number 4. He's quite happy to go out onto that blue tarmac on the other side of the curbs, because the idea is that it's slower to go out there, but Keeler's dropped back into the 44s on that last lap for the first time in quite some time. That was Max Keeler's making what he hopes will be a decisive break.
And having got the gap between himself and Munoz, who was third at the time, down to under a second. It's now Fernandez in third, of course. Has Marco Morelli just hit the buffers a little bit after his brilliant Cavalier charge through the pack, because he's still a second back of Fernandez. He's been making no further significant progress back towards this top 3. Unfortunately, one rider who does look like they're running out of a bit of steam late on here is Fernandez in that third place. Just doesn't like he's got the late pace, the grip underneath him of the 2 KTMs of Keeler's and Munoz in front.
Yeah, remember, he is on the soft rear tyre, so that might be playing a role in that. So too is Morelli in 4th place. Keeler's, well, he's injected a bit more pace into this race, but at the moment it hasn't shaken off David Munoz, and I know he is in far from 100% peak physical condition. He doesn't want to hurt himself again, but surely there will be an element of win it or pin it for Munoz here. He's at home.
Clock is ticking down, time is running out for Munoz. He's ridden a phenomenal race. His pain threshold must be off the scale at the moment. Still just over a 1/10.5 is the gap between Keeler's and Munoz. Adrian Fernandez, Keeler's and Munoz, both 1:44.7s. Did something happen to Munoz coming out of the first corner there? Because it just looked like maybe there's a bigger gap that's emerged all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 bike lanes extra.
He's definitely lost some time, hasn't he?
He's lost probably 2 or 3 tenths of a second here. We'll see it as they come through the second sector, or the first sector, it's up to 6 tenths of a second. So a key error there for Munoz, and at this late stage of the race, is that a decisive error which might swing this race in the direction of Keeler's?
It just looked like there was, with the naked eye, you could see that there was a lot more space between himself and Keeler's at the front. That's going to give Keeler's a welcome breather. Fair play to David Almanza, David Munoz's Intact GP teammate, because as mentioned at one stage in the early part of this Grand Prix, maybe a little bit tentative to be too aggressive early on, trying to feel his way back into the action after his Goiânia big high side when leading. 14th he was after the first couple of laps. Almanza, he's now got himself back up into 7th place. He's picked his way through on Rios, Uriarte, Esteban and Perot recently.
Even at this early stage in the season, this could be a huge day in the World Championship for Max Keeler's as we take a look at the battle involving Almanza. Here he is at the front of the picture. That's a big lunge from the MSI bike of Dani. She's up the inside of Valentin Peroni. Yeah, we've got Carpe second in the championship, down in 6th. Peroni, we're now seeing drop down to 13th. He's third in the championship because Pini's out of the Grand Prix, with Keeler's currently on course for 25 points.
Peroni's had a bit of a mare here, hasn't he, this morning in the race. Just not figured at all as we expected he would do, getting away in that lead group initially. Some right this by the 22 of Almanza. He's had to clear some heavy traffic here in Andalusia, but he has done it. This will be some reward for his comeback. Marco Morelli, with 2 laps to go, has just found his best lap of this Grand Prix, a 1:44.667. That was half a second quicker than Adrian Fernandez, directly ahead of him. Morelli with a late podium charge here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like a battle for second now. That's Rios riding to the side. Is that Peroni. That's how he dropped down to 13th place, because he got completely punted aside. Peroni and Almanza up the inside, and Valentin Peroni had absolutely nowhere to go. This is now battle for second place, and it's Munoz desperately trying to fend off Fernandez, who passed him on the way into turn 5, but the 64 back ahead.
Yeah, and this is just playing into the hands of Quiles, who's now 1.2 seconds clear. Here
Morelli.
comes Morelli with the slipstream, a two-bike slipstream he had there. Fernandez on the inside, Munoz also trying to seize the inside space into the Pedrosa corner. It was Morelli. Is there going to be some late pain for Munoz coming in? Is he going to get bumped off the podium right at the end of this classic Spanish Grand Prix? He is. Oh, what a move that is. Morelli through into the Aspar corner into turn 8. What a move that was by Morelli. Through on Munoz, through on Fernandez. He couldn't, could he? He couldn't reel in Quiles.
He's absolutely magic through there, isn't he, Marco Morelli? I'm not sure he will really, because it's a second and a half now that the World Championship leader has pulled out at the front. While all this has been going on behind him, Quiles has taken full advantage. But for the second Grand Prix in the last 3, we're now on course for an Aspar 1-2.
Some ride this, some ride by Morelli. Starting the Grand Prix in 11th place, had so much work to do early on. His pace in the second half of this Grand Prix has been electric. Over the line we go then, just 4.4 kilometres standing between Max Quiles and the best win of his Grand Prix career. He's won Grand Prix already so far in his brilliant start to Moto3, but this will feel something extra special. Winning in Spain, winning in Jerez. He's 1.5 seconds clear of Morelli. Morelli second, Fernandez at the moment third. What has David Munoz got left in the tank?
There's a bit of needle in this battle for third place between Fernandez and Munoz. Remember, it was in a battle and a collision with Fernandez where Munoz broke his leg in Indonesia, and I don't think Fernandez was the most apologetic rider we've ever seen after that collision, because he feels that cost him a Grand Prix victory. So there's a bit of spice in this battle for third place, which could of course still become second.
Munoz, 2 bikes ahead of him, 2 bikes punching a massive hole in the air. He goes to the inside line. He had to go for it. He had to go for it. He picks up Morelli. He picks up Fernandez, and Munoz is going to come out of 6. He is in second place. This will be just reward for a heroic effort, this from Munoz. Quiles has checked out at the front. Fernandez, though, now back in the Aspar corner into turn 8. Fernandez is going to squeeze Munoz.
Morelli's
He's going to squeeze Munoz so wide that Morelli comes through.
Morelli had both his pockets picked there into turn 6. He's now in between this battle. He's wide, though, into the stadium section, which lets Munoz back through.
Fernandez then in second place. How much risk is Munoz going to take? They go side by side. Oh, a proper shoulder barge there on the ex-Palucchi from Munoz. Max Quiles is going to win this Spanish Grand Prix at a canter. He's well clear at the front. More last corner drama coming here. There are more fireworks ensuing as Fernandez goes sideways. He's going to lose second place. He might lose the podium completely here. Oh, more contact, more rubbing. Max Quiles wins the Spanish Grand Prix in Moto3. Photo finish for second. Fernandez gets it. Adrian Fernandez gets it. David Munoz does hold on for a richly deserved podium. Marco Morelli misses out by just 0.04 of a second. What a battle for second place. Fernandez by a whisker. Not even 0.05 of a second covering that second, third and fourth places. Max Quiles completes the clean sweep here. Led the way, P1 in all 3 practice sessions, qualified on pole position, and he's P1 at the most important part of the Grand Prix weekend. Super sweet feeling to take victory for a Spanish rider in the Spanish Grand Prix. He's the first rider since Aspar stablemate David Alonso rampaged the Mugello Grand Prix in 2024 when he led every single session. Max Quiles, well, he was already in control of this year's Moto3 World Championship. He has now wrestled complete control of this year's World Championship. It's a 4th successive podium finish, a 2nd win in the opening 4 Grand Prix. Quiles has yet to finish lower than 2nd. He was the massive pre-race favourite coming into this Spanish Grand Prix. And ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the massive Moto3 World Championship favourite right now.
He had far too much for them in the final 4 or 5 laps. His World Championship lead really does balloon up now this afternoon, with Carpe finishing down in 5th place. I think it's around a 37-point lead now for Max Quiles already after just 4 Grand Prix. He's only dropped 10 points so far this season, and he looks every inch the champion in waiting, even at this early stage.
Yeah, he is standing up head and shoulders above the rest right now, isn't he? Just the 5th rider in Moto3 history to podium in the first four Grand Prix. Brad Binder, Danny Kent, Vinales and the late Louis Long, the only other four that had ever done that previously in Moto3 history. Second first is the calling card for Max Quiles so far in 2026. Adrian Fernandez fought a great fight, didn't he? I mean, he was by far head and shoulders the lead Honda rider, with Vader Patama coming through from 17th to 6th. Another class ride by the Honda team Asia rider. And take a bow, David Munoz. Your heart goes out to Marco Morelli after his heroics in the second half of the Grand Prix, but David Munoz is going to be hurting. He is going to be in so much pain, but he's on the podium 6 months after the nightmare injury he suffered. And there is well, there was two big moments of contact, wasn't there, with Fernandez on that last lap. As Lewis mentioned in commentary, there was more than pride at stake there. That was personal. Those two were involved in that incident which ruled Munoz out of the last four Grand Prix of 2025.
And Morelli thinks at this point, I'm quids in here, this is something going to fall into my lap. They go three wide down the start-finish straight, and there was just enough horsepower from that Leopard Honda to keep Fernandez ahead of David Munoz. And as you say, after all that, after such a gallant chase at the top three, Morelli shuffled back down to fourth.
Yeah, Morelli needed that finish line to be moved about another 15 minutes under the UFO. Well, what a day for the German-based Dynamo Intact team. David Munoz and David Almanza on their returns, third and eighth. What a ride by Munoz. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Peter Relevachat.
Yeah, performance of the day for me from David Munoz. After everything he's been through, Peter, just give us an indication of the pain he had this weekend and how much this podium means on his return.
Yeah, it's incredible. He leaves the hospital just some days ago. To fight here for the victory is what we couldn't expect, and the team did a great job, and David Munoz and David Almanza finished the race, even they are injured and not fit today, and if he's not fit, my riders and fight for podium or for top 10 is incredible.
Brilliant result for the team. Congrats, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Awesome job for the team. Yeah, I think David Munoz has probably spent more time in hospital beds than his own bed in the last few months or so. But no pain, no gain. He gritted his teeth and showed what a top rider he is in the Moto3 World Championship. Speaking of top riders, well, there is the rider at the top of the standings at the moment, and looking like he's going to run right in this year's Moto3 World Championship. Max Quiles carrying the Spanish national flag. It's just like the extra cherry on top of the cake, isn't it, for a Spanish rider to win their home Grand Prix here in Jerez. So many have had the honour of doing it down the years. Of course, Alberto Puig was the very first Spaniard to win a Grand Prix here in Jerez. But now Max Quiles adds his name to that illustrious roster. And already we are, what, 4 rounds into the championship. Max Quiles is 37 points clear of Alvaro Carpi in the championship. 37 points clear already.
Adrian Fernandez, he moves up to third place in the World Championship today, up 3 places with his podium today. Great rides up and down the field. Carpe, well, I think not feel too pleased with his 5th place. He nearly got caught by Pratama on the final lap. Pratama 6th, fine ride for him from 17th on the grid. Peroni did rescue 7th after being punted wide at turn 2 late on. Almanza promoted up to 8th by a 2-position penalty for Jesus Rios for causing that contact in the latter stages. For Rios, 9th place does though equal the best of his career.
18-year-old Max Quiles, part of the Mark and Alex Marquez stable. That is now his 13th podium in 22 Grand Prix. He's got so much talent. Smart, intelligent, rapid. Doesn't really seem to have any kind of weak link, does he, Max Quiles? Adrian Fernandez, he continues his strong start to 2026. That is how close it gets. That is how much David Munoz was desperate to take a podium here in Jerez. I mean, I would have been looking at that, wouldn't they, if that was a football? A good old-fashioned shoulder barge. We know he's aggressive. Adrian Fernandez will just say, well, yeah, that's just good old-fashioned hard racing.
Both are prepared to dish it out, so I'm sure both are prepared to take it. Once again, the right elbow just comes out from David Munoz. This second place is mine, he says. Unfortunately for him, Adrian Fernandez would have the final say just.
Yeah, right elbow in the chest there for Adrian Fernandez. Mark and Ray at that stage just thinking, yeah, you guys pick a fight, go on, crack on, and I'll try and snatch a podium place. First and fourth, though, at 4CF Moto Aspar. No wonder David Munoz has got a smile on his face. He has been through so much in recent months. That's lovely to see as well. MotoGP star Fermin Aldeguer, he knows exactly what it's like to go through femur fractures. Did it himself, of course, training in Valencia in January. So those two, I'm sure, have been comparing notes through their rehabilitations. David Munoz, though, is back on a Grand Prix podium. Just shows never give up, never doubt yourself. Always keep fighting, keep making the sacrifices that we don't see behind the scenes. There's been times, I'm sure, David Munoz for 6 months has been wondering when his career might actually end with all the multiple fractures, multiple operations he had to go through. 11th to 4th, that was a brilliant race. A big puffing of the cheeks there for Marco Morelli, missing the podium by just 0.04 of a second. A class ride by Morelli. Speaking of top rides, I mean, at one point Patama was fit. He did get picked off late on by Carpe. 17th to 6 around Jerez. Another top performance, another one to watch.
Yeah, it's been a great day already for Indonesia after Ramadippa won the Red Bull Rookies race earlier on. Third place then for David Munoz, the very least he deserved for the effort he put in today. He's giving his thoughts now with Jack.
David, what an unbelievable effort to get onto the podium on your return. Just talk us through the last 6 months and how sweet it is to be back on the podium in your Grand Prix return.
Yeah, today the day more important of my life. I come back with good feeling with the team, and today the work is very nice. Very happy with this position, and now come back to home, to training, to the fans. Thank you to the team for the work.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Tough times in recent months for David Munoz. I'm sure he's sort of overcome by emotion, a sense of relief, a sense of happiness. But after all the doubts, all the difficulties, he still can cut the mustard at the highest level in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. Some performance that Munoz. Absolutely brilliant. Need to be 2 seconds when not fully fit behind a dominant Max Quiles in the Spanish Grand Prix. That's a top ride. Jesus Rios. Well, he was initially classified in P7, but he did get a late 2-position penalty causing some contact, but nevertheless 24 Rios to build on after a brilliant ride into the top 10. This is the reason why Simon Crayford decided to demote those 2 places.
Yeah, this dropped to Peroni down to 13th, didn't it, in the latter stages? Peroni and Almanza side by side. Rios right straight through the side of the Tech 3 KTM, given how hard it affected Peroni's race. I don't think anyone can debate that penalty for Rios. Slightly over the edge of aggression there, but he does still equal the best result of his Moto3 career.
Well, clearly the leading light for Honda in that Moto3 race was Adrian Fernandez, second behind Max Quiles. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Adrian, Jerez hasn't been a happy hunting ground for Honda in recent years, but that is some effort to get onto the podium. Just how happy are you to be standing on the box here in Jerez?
Yeah, this podium for me is really important because the first race I try, but always it's difficult. But now I start to training with my brother, also with my family, and I can do this position. For me, it's incredible. Also, do the podium here in Jerez with a lot of Spanish people. I like, and I say thank you for people support me in this part of the season.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a great ride. His first podium finish of 2026. His first since that memorable breakthrough victory in Valencia last year. So he's got a couple of places better than 12 months ago when he finished 4th in the Grand Prix. And he's putting together a real strong, consistent run. Is the number 31. His last 14 finishes now have all been top 10. 10 of those have been top 6. It's the kind of consistency which is going to get you top places in the World Championships. 30 is currently in the rankings. But it's all about one Spanish rising superstar, because he has dominated this home Grand Prix weekend. Your winner here in Jerez, Max Quiles with Jack.
Well, Max, you've won plenty of Grand Prix in your young career, but how special is it for the very first time to win the Spanish Grand Prix?
It's just great, so happy. This is the best race so far with all the people. It was great, and I have even my jaw is even hurting of shouting. It's so crazy, everybody, and I'm really happy that they were pushing a lot, and here to win in Spain in home is the best feeling I can have.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go to Le Mans, where he will take a very healthy 37-point lead in the World Championship. He's a class apart. This is the Alex Marquez sign, wasn't it, when he won the MotoGP race here last year? He's very, very close, a training partner with both Alex and Mark. And that is a feeling which he will cherish, a feeling which he will never, ever forget. The Spanish rider winning the Spanish Grand Prix here in Jerez. Brilliant, brilliant performance by the 18-year-old.
Aura farming too to celebrate the victory. Well, he has quite an aura around him, doesn't he, Max Quiles? Surely he's bound for Moto2 in 2027, and surely there is only one direction he is heading, and that is all the way to MotoGP in the future.
Carpe then was in early podium contention. He's second in the World Championship. He eventually finished in 5th place. John Kelso, we saw him running close to the top 6 early on. He faded back down to 14th place. I think Danish was a top 10 contender for much of that race. A couple of points for Danish in 13th. Rico Salmela, the KTM Tech 3 rider, the Finn. Points in 3 in a row now for Salmela. Outside the points, a long way outside the points of Scott Bob in the Britain, 16th place. As we're going to get set then for what is going to be a very special podium here at the Spanish Grand Prix. We had a Spanish lockout of the top 6 on the grid. Well, we've got a Spanish lockout of the top 3 on the podium. Quiles, Fernandez, Munoz. Good to see David Munoz back, isn't it? He's had a torturous time in recent months, showing what a class talent he is. But in the hands of Max Quiles, that number 28 Aspar KTM is proving an immovable force at the moment at the top of the Moto3 World Championship.
22 Grand Prix, 5 victories, and overall 13 podiums, got a better than a 1 in 2 hit rate of getting himself up onto the rostrum as Max Quiles. And ultimately, that's how World Championships are won. Starting the campaign with a very, very close second to David Almanza back in Buriram. Victory in Goiânia, a victory that he had well under control even before that race was stopped. Ultimately won it in the restart. And then I guess a slightly fortunate second in Austin, Texas, but nothing fortunate about this one today. He absolutely dominated, particularly in those final 3 or 4 laps. The tyre began to wear out. Fatigue began to kick in for David Munoz, who now rather wearily trudges up onto the podium. To the 3rd step for Munoz. His first podium since Motegi last year, of course, having missed the back end of last season. 17th career podium now for the Sevilla native. Of course, just an hour or so away from here, he's born. Fernandez, he's from Madrid and celebrates an 8th podium, but the Murcian for the Valencia-based Aspar team, on top of an all-Spanish podium, the Spanish Grand Prix. And I can say remember the name, everyone knows the name Max Quiles by now. He is starting to run away with it at the top of the Moto3 World Championship. 37 points clear of Alvaro Carpe, 41 clear of Adrian Fernandez, who sits 3rd. Almanza, of course, won the first Grand Prix of the season and has missed a few due to injury since then. He's now some 57 points off the World Championship lead of Quiles. Of course, the very recognisable trophies, the nod to the Sherry region here of Jerez. It's a trophy that David Munoz as he mentioned, means a lot more than just a third place. He described it to Jackie and Pat as the most important day of his life to take third place. Surely one day he will win his home Grand Prix. He's now had a second and a third in Moto3 at the Spanish GP. But that's much more than 16 points that he's picked up today. Surely physically he's only going to get stronger as we go through the summer. Adrian Fernandez, who also said to Jack that he's beginning to improve his physical game, training with his MotoGP competing brother Raul Fernandez. Second place for Adrian, settling his first podium of 2026. In the end, it was rather comfortable for Max Quilez. Led the early stages, was reeled in at one point by the riders stood either side of him, Munoz and Fernandez, but it never felt in the greatest of doubt, did it? As Max Quilez achieves his dream by winning the Spanish Grand Prix.
Escuchamos el himno nacional de España.
Moto3 World Champion leader Max Quilez conquers the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez for the very first time. And he is now maintaining massive iron grip on this year's World Championship standings. 4 rounds ticked off in 22. So far, Quilez has not finished lower than second place. 100 points have been fought for so far in Moto3. Quilez has dropped just 10 in Thailand, Brazil, America, and now on our first European Grand Prix of the season here at the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto. A popular podium for the home fans. Packed main grandstand that we're just sitting behind that commentary box position. They always love to see their own doing the business on home turf, and it's an all-Spanish podium here as the dancing and the partying will start in earnest for Quilez, Fernandez and Munoz. Brilliant way to get the race day action underway here in Jerez. Plenty more to come in Moto2 and MotoGP, but Max Quilez wins his home Grand Prix.
The winning margin in the end was 2 seconds. Max Quilez is certainly opening up a large margin at the top of the World Championship now. Adrian Fernandez second, ahead of the gritty David Munoz, who just about took third place in that 3-wide finish for the final 2 podium positions. Morelli, after doing so much hard work to catch that group 4th, ahead of Carpe and Pratama 17th to 6th. Perone recovered from that late contact to take 7th, ahead of the returning David Almanza. Promoted up to 8th by a penalty late on for Jesus Rios, who equals his career best in 9th. Esteban 10th from Uriarte O'Gorman, Danish Kelso, and another point for the impressive rookie Rico Salmela. No back-to-back victories, never looked on the cards, did it, for Guido Pini, who crashed out early on. So it all means that for the World Championship, which is already starting to look like it's heading Max Quilez's way. Still so much racing to be done. We're only 4 rounds into the 22-race season. But Max Quilez is 37 points clear of his nearest challenger, Alvaro Carpe. Adrian Fernandez climbs 3 places to 3rd today, leapfrogging Valentin Peroni, Marco Morelli and Veda Pratama, who is 6th. Second rate finish today's Grand Prix. Pini 7th, ahead of Almanza Uriarte and David Munoz, whose podium today lifts him into the top 10. Constructors, well, of course, KTM beaten for the first time this season back in Austin. They return to winning ways today. They lead Honda by 23 points. And in the team's championship, another big day for Aspar, first and fourth. They lead a Leopard Honda now by 50 points. So let's take a look at some highlights. A Grand Prix that didn't last very long for poor Leo Ramastorper. Issues getting off the start line at the back of the field for the 658 rider, which left 25 of them to race into turn one. Lost Matteo Bertelli there after some contact with eventual podium finisher Adrian Fernandez. Big battle at the front there with Esteban trying to make some early progress. Morelli, potentially, he might have been in that podium battle from the start, heading up that, made that early mistake into turn 6 on lap 1. Esteban's lead didn't last very long as he went wide through the Aspar corner on the first lap. That promoted Quiles from pole back into the lead. David Munoz, as so often he is, aggressive early on to try and lead the chase of the pole sitter. Fast pace at the front from the World Championship leader. The leading group started to splinter. Fernandez and Munoz in there, a battle for second place, but an error through the final sector at around about a third distance for Quiles, followed by that slight error into the final corner, saw his lead vanish altogether. Fernandez hitting the front on the 31 bike. Quiles wasn't prepared to stay in second place for long though, taking Fernandez into turn 1 as he started to wrestle control back of this Spanish Grand Prix. Despite not doing runs longer than 6 laps up until this point, David Munoz was certainly putting himself through the physical pain barrier this afternoon to try and claim that second place. Their battle soon became a three-way fight, with Marco Morelli joining the fun on the 97 Aspar machine. Predictably, it all came down to the final few meters of the Grand Prix as Max Quiles was busy celebrating his second win of 2026. Elbows being exchanged between Munoz and Fernandez. In the end, it was the Leopard rider who claimed second place. Munoz a deserved podium on home soil, with Morelli settling for 4th. It's Max Quiles, though, who claims victory in Jerez and extends his World Championship lead to 37 points.
MotoGP Mad Spain on the Iberian Peninsula for Chapter 4 in 2026. A vocal sellout crowd has packed into the legendary Jerez circuit, ready to roar on Marc Marquez to a 100th Grand Prix win after the superstar Spaniard with a memorable sprint. Can the reigning world champion reign in Spain for the first time in 7 years? It's time to race in MotoGP. To Spain, welcome back to Jerez, and welcome back to Andalusia. It's the Grand Prix of Spain in 2026. We've done our fair share of long-haul travelling already so far this season, after visits to Thailand, to Brazil, and most recently to the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. But we are now at one of the most fabled Grand Prix tracks on the calendar. First Grand Prix here took place all the way back in 1987. Welcome one and all to the iconic, to the legendary Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. There's that final corner, turn 13, named after 3 times MotoGP world champion Jorge Lorenzo. They've seen some of the most dramatic last lap finishes in history down the years here in Jerez. Are we going to get more of the same? Over 25 laps in the Grand Prix of Spain later on this afternoon as Marco Bezzecchi looks to win for a 6th successive Grand Prix. Can Marc Marquez take his first win here in front of his home crowd since 2019? That's all to come in just under 2 hours. Time has been out to our attention. To Moto2. It's already been a fantastic weekend, a phenomenal weekend for Colin Vire, the Red Bull KTM rider, a real star in the making from the Netherlands as the 21-year-old yesterday in qualifying for the qualifying lap of 139.101 became the first rider from the Netherlands to take an intermediate category world championship pole since Zeelenberg 35 long years ago, the Japanese Grand Prix in 1991. There's only been one previous winner from the Netherlands intermediate class history. That too was Zeelenberg, of course. For so many years, factory Yamaha team are still very much involved in the paddock here with our Dutch TV colleagues. He was the last Netherlands rider to win the Grand Prix. The category is Fire on course to become just the second. Brilliant performance yesterday. Cracking qualifying session. Amongst myself, the Lewis Living, keeping charge of the favour of commentating on the Fire pole of Alex Scrooge second. Manu Gonzalez, the world champion leader on the front row of the grid. A memorable Saturday with the Fire. Can he make it a memorable Sunday to back that up as well? Matt Lewis Living commenting on check out the yard down in pit lane. You were commentating on a motor history. Dutch fans having to wait 35 years for anybody to take a 50cc or a Moto2 pole position since Moto3 back in 1991. Fire getting the job done. You have to say he's one of several big name contenders in this upcoming 21-lap Grand Prix.
It's one of the things we love about Moto2 is that there are so many riders you can make the genuine case for that they could win this Grand Prix. Fire certainly among the gave himself a little bit of a kick up the backside after he crashed out in Austin. Says we've got a lot more potential than we've been showing so far. Many had Fire as a bit of a championship dark horse coming into this season, but he's down in 12th in the World Championship, 26 points off the points leader Manu Gonzalez. So Fire from pole position has a real chance to kickstart his 2026 season today.
We loved the unpredictable nature of Moto2 2025. We're getting more of the same, thankfully. In 2026, we're only 4th, 5th rider to start from pole position so far this season. We've already had in just 4 Grand Prix, 10 different riders, starting from the front right of the grid. 3 different winners: Manu Gonzalez, Danny Holgard, and Senna Aegis. Unpredictable, that's just how we love modern day Moto2. No experience set for Fire as he comes to the end of the grid. Alex Estrella on the front row of the grid for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix. Can he pull off a giant killing act for the racing team on the forward chassis? He really has stepped up the game so far this season. Alex Estrella, the 22-year-old from Valencia, points in his last 6 Grand Prix, 3 top 10s. Given the pace he's shown all weekend, Lewis, we can't rule Estrella out of the equation.
No, that is no fluke whatsoever. He smashed the lap record here in pre-season testing, and I think most people looked at that and thought, hey, either they found something down at Ford or they're trying to attract some sponsorship for the new season. It was clearly the former of those two. The 10 riders that you mentioned who've been on the front row of a grid so far in Moto2. He is one of the 2 who's been actually repeating it so far this season. Front row of the grid in Brazil when he qualified 3rd behind the Aspar duo. Korea for 2nd for Estrella. And yes, he is a genuine contender for the podium at least today.
So much to like about Colin Watson. Of course, he won here in the Moto3 race in 2024. Ethan Guevara, well, he qualified yesterday in 9th place. He's going to start the Grand Prix in 12th. More on that very, very shortly for the rider's second world chance. But let's go down on the it's a very hot grid at the moment to speak to Barry Malthus, who joins me.
Yeah, 3rd row of the grid, 8th for Barry, but his pace on Friday was absolutely superb. How important at the opening couple of laps, Barry? If you can make some progress, you've got a great chance here.
Well, yeah, for sure the first lap will be important, but the race is long, it's 21 laps, and we have the pace to win. The bike is ready to win, so let's enjoy.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
The Belgian sounding very confident indeed. Thanks very much, Jack. We have the bike to win, we have the pace to win. Let's hope they have the rider to win as well. As Barry Malthus, 8 podium finishes in Moto2, still searching for that elusive first victory. I'm not on Guevara, though. Lewis has mentioned 2nd in the World Championship, 2 podiums in the first 3 Grand Prix, 9th on the grid. He qualified, but he was a bit of a naughty boy yesterday.
Yes, on Friday afternoon he was slow on line after setting a lap which rescued his Friday, as we said. got him out of the bottom end of the field and into qualifying 2. Was busy sort of punching the air and giving himself a bit of a G-up coming out of the first corner and got in the way of Celestino Vietti. That sees him drop 3 places on the grid. Both of the Blue Crew apparent riders with penalties, of course, with Alberto Ferrandez starting from the pit lane.
Well, our most recent winner in Moto2 did it in some style, did it in Austin, Texas. Senna Aegis going from 4 from the grid. The Aussie talking to Jack.
Yeah, I'm sure confidence sky high for Senna. You've carried that form from Austin here this weekend. Great pace on Friday. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I feel great. We worked really well this weekend and I'm feeling amazing out there. We've had a good weekend so far. So yeah, weather conditions are a little bit sunnier than the first couple of days. So yeah, let's see how the race goes. There's many of us with decent tracks, so it's going to be a good fight. Do my best and yeah.
Good luck.
We certainly hope it is going to be a good fight, as Senna Aegis is predicting. Started and finished the Grand Prix 3rd here last year, so no stranger to Parc Ferme post a Moto2 battle here. There is the 20-year-old Sydney-sider, Senna Aegis, still being mentioned in dispatches about a possible switch to the MotoGP World Championship next year. If he carries on the kind of winning form which he so brilliantly displayed last time out in Austin, well, he's going to be hard to overlook in 2027.
Starting 4th, was he won from 5th back in Austin. Is there a genuine victory challenge in Alex Scritch today? The Ford rider speaking out of Jack.
Alex, we shouldn't be surprised. You're up here on the front row when we were here testing at the start of the year. You were really fast, so I imagine you fancy your chances today.
Yeah, for sure the chance is, but anyway, we have to be calm to do what we know and to continue learning because we are like rookies more or less. But anyway, it's a good opportunity. I will try to achieve my best result here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jack. Several penalties to be played out in this upcoming Moto2 battle. This was the last Grand Prix involving Sergio Garcia, also involving Alberto Ferrandez in separate incidents. We'll cover off Garcia's penalty first, because Alberto Ferrandez is going to be starting from pit lane in this Grand Prix. And Lewis, this was a real scary incident, first lap over in Texas.
Yeah, and the first thing I guess we should say on that score is sending our best wishes to Toan Kalkakeras, who suffered a broken femur and also damage to his ankle in that incident. Yeah, Ferrandez, who did qualify last anyway, there he is on the second of the Blue Crew Crown Boscoscuros. He will enter pit lane at the end of the warm-up lap and start from there. Sergio Garcia, who did make his way into Q2 this weekend, qualified 18th. He has a double long lap penalty to serve. Of course, remember, Garcia was in the incident at the first Grand Prix of the season with Paul Luca Lanetta, and we can also report that Lanetta returns from injury today.
Just a bit of housekeeping on the Takeras absence. We wish him a quick recovery. He will be replaced here in Iran and in Le Mans at least at the French Grand Prix by Marcos Ramirez, who's vastly experienced, of course, and Andalusia himself. Red Bull, KTM, they've got this back, haven't they? They've unearthing some real gems in Moto3 and in MotoGP. Have they found another one in Colin Via, starting on his first MotoGP pole position? Let's get the force of the boss with the Iowa Jack.
When the world felt small and your hands felt warm, take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be, half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a life at. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands
Yeah, it certainly seems so. Ricky, debut pole position for Colin. How's he feeling ahead of it? He's got a great opportunity here.
if only for a
He's feeling good
moment.
this weekend. I think somehow the first couple of races, I think after good winter test, maybe his expectations were a little bit too high, considering he's still on his second year and probably the most
If only
competitive
for a
category in the world.
moment,
So.
take
But
me
anyway,
back to the start,
get a good start, keep calm,
before the
important to finish the race, fight there for the podium. So
scars. When the world
Hasn't got race-winning pedigree here before Resurrection has by the winner in 2024 in Moto3. Thanks, Jack, and thanks as always to Nick and home Grand Prix, third in the World Championship after a great start to this campaign, third in Thailand and a brilliant victory from pole position in Goiânia. He came off the rails a little bit last time out in Austin, Texas, 16th with no points last time out over in North America. Holgado heads the third row of the grid in 7th place.
Under the radar, I think is the best way of describing Holgado so last weekend, which is probably how we would prefer it after his Austin experience. You just saw Barry Baltus, who starts right next to him in that 8th position. So many riders, Baltus certainly one of them, who will feel they've got genuine racing pace and can challenge right at the front here this afternoon. Tyre information has just landed from Morelli. They have brought a development version of the SCX rear tyre here this weekend. Every rider is on the SC1 front tyre, that is the second of the front tyres available. There is a bit of a mix across the front two rows. Fire and Aegis are on the SCX. We've got Scritch, Gonzalez, Lopez and Alonso, the other 4 riders in the top 2 rows of the grid who are on the development version of the SCX, which Pirelli suspects will provide greater consistency and longevity over the Grand Prix itself. So potentially that might play into their hands in the latter stages. Fire and Aegis on the slightly, and I stress slightly, softer option of the two.
So Ethan Guevara's penalty is bad news for him, good news for Danny Munoz, because it pushed him up 1 row from 10th to the 4th row of the grid up into that 9th place vacated by Guevara. Tough time at the moment for the Mark VDS Racing Team, serial winners in Moto2, serial world champions in Moto2, of course. Their best qualifier, Aaron Cadet, goes from 11th place up to 10th now, of course, with the Guevara penalty. Then it's Anju a long way further down the turn. He's flying away from 19th position on the grid.
Yeah, he was really, really quick Friday morning, then crashed coming through turn 9, which did put him on his back foot.
So the front row of the grid here for your Spanish Grand Prix in Moto2. So first front row of the campaign for Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader. Second time this season we've seen Alex Screech going from the front row of the grid. But he was the first Dutch rider in 35 long years in the Intermediate World Championship class to be starting on pole position. Is there a historic and a memorable day to come here for Colin Vire on pole in Jerez?
This one is tough to call, as so often is the case in Moto2. It's Colin Vire from his maiden pole over Kariba, second for Alex Screech. First front row of the season for the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez. Center Aegis lines up 4th, having won from 5th in Austin, Alonso Lopez and David Alonso on row 2. Alonso turned 20 yesterday. His teammate Danny Holgado turns 21 tomorrow. He starts 7th, ahead of Barry Baltus and Sevilla-born Danny Munoz. Aaron Cadet's best qualifying of the season, promoted up to 10th by the penalty for Ethan Guevara, which also prompts Sanya for spot to 11th. Celestino Vietti, the 13 starts 13th, his worst qualifying of the season so far, ahead of Tony Arbolino and Ivan Ortola. Adrian Huertas, Mario Angi and Sergio Garcia on row 6. Garcia has 2 long laps. Anchu, Robert and Ramirez, who, as we mentioned, is in Precaras on row 7. Ahead of Van den Gorberg, Salach, Borisato and Rueda. The returning Luca Lanetta 26th, ahead of Jorge Navarro and Alberto Ferrandez 28th. He will start from pit lane.
21 laps of Moto2 action coming your way. Here in Iraq, 21-year-old Dutch rider Colin Vire on pole position. Not too much racing, have they, so far? 2026 disruptive races in both Thailand and in Austin, Texas most recently. Manu Gonzalez was a class apart in this very Grand Prix here 12 months ago. Is he going to make it back-to-back wins here in front of his home crowd? First Dutch pole position in the intermediate class since Wilco Zielemerg, the 1991 Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka, which is about 14 years before Colin Vire was even born. Just goes to show how long ago that particular stat was. Wilco Zielemerg, as mentioned, he is here in the ref. I'm sure we know where Wilco's allegiances are going to be lying here today. As Colin Vire leads that front row ahead of Alex Screech and Manu Gonzalez. Danny Holgado looking for a bit of a bounce back weekend here in Spain. after what was by his real high standards in the first two Grand Prix. It was a bit of a shocker. He was AWOL, wasn't he, really, in Austin, Hogano, eventually classified in 16th position. So, in what are warming conditions here, the glorious Andalusian sunshine in southern Spain, two riders are about to complete their warm-up lap. Round 4 incoming, folks. Ivan Guevara, second in the World Championship, just 3.5 points. He sits behind fellow Spaniard Manu Gonzalez. He's going to have to get his elbows out pretty sharpish. Here's Guevara to try and make up some early ground on board to let the other league group stretch away from him.
Very clean start into the Spanish Grand Prix. There's red flags have been officially 23 in the first 3 Grand Prix in Moto2, a couple in the season opener in Morelli. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we get all 28 through the first couple of corners safely.
Position for the first time in Moto2. That made grandstand just a few months ago. There was Mexican waves galore. What's going to happen then in the upcoming 21 laps? Alberto Ferrandez starting from pit lane after his chaotic Kota Grand Prix 3 weeks ago. Gonzalez, a world champion leader in your picture there, as Alex Escruz comes on to his second front row in the last 3 Grand Prix. So it's fire on pole position. Lights out and racing in Moto2 here in Andalusia. Somebody's having to narrow Alonso further down the field, but Manu Gonzalez has made the dream start in front of his home crowd here. He's got the top already on Vaz into the first corner. Vaz cutting a real tight on the inside curve, but Gonzalez drops back across his over the contact there between 21 and 81 Lopez and Aegis. They took it out there going through turn 2, but Gonzalez leads Aegis up to P3.
Yeah, Alonso looked like he was a little bit slow getting himself prepared for the start in the first place. I don't know whether that played a role or whether he had some sort of bike problem. He is running now, but he's about 3/4 of the way back through the field. He's back there with Anchi, and I think it delayed Guevara too. David Alonso is in 17th place.
Absolute nightmare starting for Alonso to back at that second row in 6th place. The opposite as far as Manu Gonzalez is concerned. He's under big pressure though. Here comes Vaya attacking early on the brakes into turn 6. Look, that was maybe a bit of contact there, a bit of a nerve from Vaya on the 95 bike, but he leads from pole.
Not a great start from the pro rider for Escruz. He's back to 6th. Barry Baltus, who we're expecting to be right in this race-leading battle as this race unfolds. He's not made any progress yet, and he's still in 8th place.
Bad start for Delgado. He's the 96 bike there in 5th place. That's Aegis on the inside of Lopez. Those two have already had a couple of close calls in this first lap. Aegis P3 in the Grand Prix here 1 year ago, already up in the P3 on that one.
They've got wet hats with some problems. I think he had his hand up to the asphalt corner of turn 8. I don't think he's cracked. I think the second with the Ital trans bike has some sort of mechanical problem on that one.
So P1 on the grid at the end of lap 1 looks like a moving P1 up for Vaya. Aggressive, good moving made on Gonzalez to attack down the brakes into turn 6. That works very well then. He's about to be completed. Vaya just over the 10 clear of Gonzalez. Gonzalez's teammate Sonai is just behind him. Lopez goes under one, but we do know recent history has shown that Alonso Lopez, off the start of Grand Prix, he fades fast.
Yeah, Alonso's been able to limit the damage somewhat on that first lap. He got himself back up to 12th by the end of the first lap. He's up behind Canet and Arbolino, the former and current Mark VDS riders. But a huge blow already for Alonso's hopes of taking a victory a day after he turns 20.
Nice move that by Baltus on Escruz down the hill. That tricky break is over turn 2. And so Escruz is going further backwards. He's lost 5 places already. A lap and a half into the Spanish Grand Prix. Drop down from 2nd to 5th.
Gonzalez looking pretty good there into those stages. It's as good as I think he can hope for on this first lap. We haven't seen much race-leading pace in practice from Manu Gonzalez, but of course we know that the world champion leader has pedigree at Jerez. He won from start to finish here last year.
Through the asphalt corner, left-hander of 8. Aegis just showing his front tire there to Manu Gonzalez. Yeah, he's been coming this. They set it all up, just slugging the rear tyre of Gonzalez through 8, and then knew he had that line. He had the corner speed and momentum. He was going to be able to attack Gonzalez on the brakes at 2.9. Did that perfect in Aegis.
Baltus has also taken Holgado in the same corner. Baltus on the 7 bike also trying to make some rapid early progress. He's now up into 5th place.
So Manu Gonzalez trying to give some instant payback to his teammate Aegis, thinks better of it. Via then is going to get another lap in the books at the front of this Jerez Grand Prix in Moto2. Colin Via then has been picture perfect so far here in Jerez. Fastest rider on circuit right now is Baltas, the Belgian. What did he say to Jack on the grid? I've got the bike, I've got the pace, and we've got the rider as well. 139.781 from Baltas. Keep an eye on the Belgian in fifth on the number 7 Fantastic Racing Machine. He's looking super good right now.
He's busy proving himself absolutely correct at the moment, and David Alonso is absolutely romping through the pack after that dreadful start he had. He's just passed Sasaki Kinet and Ifan Guevara on the second of the Grand Prix. Alonso's now up to P9.
Regis put himself back in the top 6 ahead of Holgado. So now it's Aegis who's picked up the intact baton to try and attack Via at the front of this Grand Prix. From a long way back, it's Baltas, that won't work out. Sideways he goes on the brakes into turn 6. He's all actually spectacular to watch, isn't he, Baltas? You can see, charging in hot, they lost all of his exit speed coming out of 6. And that's just giving Lopez a bit of a breather ahead of him.
He has to display a little bit of patience. I know it's easy to say from here with Baltas feeling he's got the pace to be where Via and Aegis are at the front of the race, because I think he dive-bombed Lopez into turn 5 and then lost that one again. Here comes Alonso trying to take Munoz. That's the battle for 8th place. David Alonso doesn't get on the podium this Grand Prix. He'll be cursing that start.
Guevara will do well here just to try and follow Alonso through, because there is Alonso directly ahead of former Aspar Moto3 world champion himself, Ifan Guevara. You've got to latch on to the back of Alonso, who quite clearly has incredible pace at the early part of this Grand Prix to try and go with the 18 ahead of him. That's a screech on the inside of Holgado. That got super close. Holgado and Alonso have got form and previous, haven't they, in that final corner here in Jerez. A screech was ultra aggressive there on Holgado, wasn't he?
And Alonso nearly got tripped up by that because Munoz had to check on not to run into the back of the pair who were backing up ahead of him. And then Alonso had to do the same. He very nearly ran straight into the hit with Baltas and had a lunge of the inside of Alonso. Lopez, this one, though, looks more successful.
Takes a shot at the front, the top 3, Ryan, Aegis and Gonzalez, all in the 39s. Nobody else in the field right now doing solid 140s. Aegis at the moment is the quickest rider on the circuit there. Tackman half with his long right-hander, the Cito Pons corner. Aegis, is he going to be close to Veer? Picking up some slipstream behind the 95 of Via to try and attack him on the brakes into this turn 6, a 139.642. Aegis' best lap of the Grand Prix.
It's not a particularly long run from 5 to 6, so that does play into the leader's hands a bit there, Via, as we now see Alonso taking Munoz, so he now moves up into 8th place on the number 18. I think Baltas has got the kind of pace to do 39 and 2. Now he's cleared Lopez. Let's see if the number 7 can zero in on that top 3.
Guevara's not able to go with the lightning early pace here of Alonso. Here's Aegis always out of shape there, isn't he? On the brakes into the Anto corner, just about gathered it up to somehow make the apex, keeping the pressure low firmly on the broad shoulders of Colin Via. Hasn't done too much front running at the Moto2 right, has he, Via? This is just his second Grand Prix of his leg. He did a lot of front running in Portimao back end of last year. It's not new territory for Via, but he's under big pressure from Aegis and Gonzalez.
Baltas a lot of time now, clearly. Also Lopez now 2 seconds off the race lead. And that's a lot, even at this stage of the race in Moto2, given how close the field is. And Alonso, he's over 3 seconds off the race lead. 39 to the top 3. It was a 40.7 for Baltas. That's how much time he lost, passing Lopez.
Yeah, these 3 on your screens right now are just in another race at the moment. That's successive laps where they are the only 3 that are in the 1:39s. Via is responding to that fastest lap so far from Aegis on the previous lap. He's just on a PB at the Netherlands on 1:39.860. Some battle, this is a little bit wide on the paintwork coming out of 4. No way through into 5 though for Aegis.
Yeah, he's not going to be bullied around here, is he, Colin Via? We know how feisty and busy he is on board these Moto2 bikes. And once again, you can see it's the shortest run, and Via gets off turn 5 pretty well, and I think Aegis reverses back towards Gonzalez and then wins that time back under braking. So perhaps a little bit too late on the brakes there as he goes in slightly hot into turn 6.
This gap between Gonzalez and Baltas is still over 2 seconds. Question mark looming over Baltas' Grand Prix now, just how much is he going to have to tear up those Pirelli tyres if he is to get himself back into contention. Perhaps more for him to worry about us. Aegis attacks Via, Colin Via then now trying to give some instant payback. This is a great move between 2 riders, 2 young stars cars that are surely destined for MotoGP. What's that? 3 overtakes now in 2 corners between Aegis and Via.
Aegis clearly feels he's got the pace to go in, but he was wide there through the right-hander of turn 11. Crucial error that to him, just cost him the lead. He let his teammate through.
No way back through on Gonzalez now. Further back, about 2 seconds further back, is Barry Baltus just praying that this real big scrap at the front continues the fiscal drag firmly back into contention. First time in 3 laps now, the top 3 are back in the 140s themselves. Via is your leader. A screech on the inside. Holgado! Oh, and Holgado then. They almost collide again here in the red. Holgado. That was all from a screech of aggression there. I think he made contact with both Aspar riders in about 20 metres of the first corner.
Just not coming together for David Alonso this afternoon, is it? After that dreadful start, he's now plummeting all the way back to 10th place again. 3 into 1, very rarely goes. And yeah, Jorge Martinez Aspar almost had a dose of deja vu in her end.
This Grand Prix at the moment, David Alonso trying to get his head down once again and fights his way through some rush hour traffic in Moto2. At the front, 2 tenths or just under is the gap between Via and Gonzalez. Here is Alonso immediately trying to repair some of the damage from the screeches. Aggression. He's found a way through on Vietti into turn 6.
Guevara, one of the big winners there, up into 8th place. Here we go then. So it's a battle between Holgado and Alonso, and a screech says, I fancy a piece of this. At the inside, incident involving a screech and Alonso. Throw Holgado into that as well, under investigation. A screech just suddenly saw a golden opportunity and went for it.
Certainly not lacking aggression on that occasion, was it at all, Alex Screech? We've just seen on our screens has crashed out of contention. So more misery coming away for a rider who came to a race and won his first ever Grand Prix here back in 2017. Those glory days are long behind. Aaron Canet really suffering, having switched over to the Boscascura chassis so far this season. No dramas at the front as far as Via, Aegis and Gonzalez are concerned. Once again, 140.2 from Via, 140.3 from Gonzalez, and 140.2 from Aegis. Less than half a second covering your top 3 over the line.
Yeah, Baltus at the moment can only sort of match roughly within a tenth or 2 the pace of the lead. He can't better it at the moment. Does he feel maybe the later this race goes, he might just come back into contention? You can see the body language and the hand gestures and the general irritation of Aaron Canet. Does he feel that this crash wasn't all his own fault?
Ooh, that's a big one. That is a big old get-off that for Canet on the entry to turn 8, the Aspar corner, multiple barrel rolls through the gravel trap there. No wonder he was limping away from the sting of the crime. That was a real nasty one for Canet. Into turn 6 we go. We're on lap 7 of 21, 3rd race distance about to be completed. More yellow flags out now. It's settled to
Baltus.
Barry Baltus has dumped it. Well, Barry Baltus has crashed out of podium contention here in Jerez. Is he going to be able to get restarted in this Grand Prix? Well, clearly he felt like, and he had displayed pace that was potentially going to threaten this top 3, but Baltus's hopes have evaporated, and spill at turn 6 has denied the Belgian.
That will sting all the way to Le Mans in a couple of weeks, because it's looked all weekend as if he had genuine potential to win his first Grand Prix at the circuit, where he took one of the 6 second places he had to his name here last year. But the wait for Barry Baltus will go on at least another fortnight.
Screech in the clear, no further action. His incident is now Alonso Lopez
out of fourth place.
So we've lost the riders who were circulating 4th and 5th now in quick succession in this Grand Prix. The riders are having to deal with very, very different conditions this for the first time today on race day. It's a lot sunnier, a lot hotter than the cloud cover and the wet conditions we've had on Friday and Saturday. They do not have a lot of experience running around the Jerez circuit in these kind of temperatures, both ambient and surface temperatures.
Well, if it wasn't purely a 3-way fight for victory in Jerez a lap ago, it certainly is now, with 4 seconds of empty tarmac behind Via, Gonzalez and Aegis. Back to Escridge, who is now taking over what feels like a cursed 4th place in this Grand Prix. Guevara has sort of ghosted his way up to 5th with all the drama up ahead of him. Then it's Vietti, who's back ahead of Alonso once again. The Aspar riders, Alonso and Holgado, they're now battling for 7th and 8th.
Yeah, right decision by the stewards to call that a racing incident between Alonso and Screech in that first corner, 2 or 3 laps ago. So now Alex Screech, and one is a relatively lonely 4th position at the moment. He's got a little bit of a breather, about 0.6 of a second, 0.8 now, back to Ethan Guevara. Celestino Vietti still circulating in the top 6. Aegis, having briefly led this Grand Prix, has not been able to fight his way back through, and his teammate Manu Gonzalez, these three at the sort of time management phase of the Grand Prix, just making sure they're keeping some life in that Pirelli rubber for a late attack.
Via will be hoping that this is a sequel of the Moto3 battle from a couple of years ago when he led the entire Grand Prix but was under intense, relentless race-long pressure from David Munoz on that particular occasion, and Via managed to hold him off. Can he do the same? Can he fight another rearguard action at Jerez, this time in Moto2?
Vietti's got through on Guevara, the Italian, and now up into 5th place. You'll see him there under the UF only number 13 bike. Just coming into your picture there as well is David Alonso, where he had all the drama here 3 or 4 laps ago with a screech in that first corner. Even Ortola just set his personal best lap of the Grand Prix as he tries to pass Sasaki for a top 10. Further down, Philip Salac on that last lap past Van den Gorberg, and Joe Roberts, the Czech rider, now up into the point scoring places in 15th.
Holgado doesn't look like he has the pace to really go forwards in this race, does he? Alonso certainly does, because he's been trying to go forwards ever since that poor start on the opening lap. He's gapped Holgado. You can see him in the back of the picture. Holgado, if anything, is under a bit of pressure from Munoz for 8th place. So crucial points being lost here today by the 96.
Well, it's Dynavolt Intact versus Colin Via at the moment in this Grand Prix, and you have to say Via is doing an absolutely fantastic job of keeping Gonzalez and Aegis behind him. When will Gonzalez and Aegis feel like it's their optimal time to try and make an attack here on Via, who is on the rails at the moment, isn't he? The Netherlands rider. Well, here comes Aegis' moment. He says, right now is when I'm going to try and make it, but he's in wide going into 9. Through Palucci we go, and Gonzalez just snatches that 2nd place back.
Yeah, it's so hard to do that. You need a much better run on the rider ahead of you through the Aspar corner of 8 to get yourself alongside into Nieto of turn 9. That lunge very rarely works, because of course another right-hander coming next. The rider who's lost the position will just duck underneath you and have the inside line to take that place back again.
Yeah, there's time on the side of these three. We're not even a half race distance yet in this Grand Prix, as Via leads Gonzalez, leads Aegis over the line. It's less than 4/10 of a second now between your top 3. A gap of almost 5 seconds back to Alex Estridge. Yellow flags now out in the sector 4 once again, and we've got lost some at the final corner.
It's Tayo Forosato, it is, the 72 on the Honda team age by Alonso. Once again attacks Ethan Guevara. That's at least the 2nd time he's made that move on his fellow former Aspar Moto3 world champion. So David Alonso, a roller coaster race for the Colombian. He's back in the top 6 again.
He's like a yo-yo, he's like on a bungee cord, isn't it, at the moment? David Alonso, he goes up, he goes down, he goes up, he goes down. Hopefully at the moment he's just going upwards as far as the Colombian is concerned. Some battle. This is really intriguing. There's not a lot of overtaking going on. It's kind of a chess match right now, isn't it? Unfolding between Via, Gonzalez and Aegis. Just calculating, working out the strengths and weaknesses of each other. Although Via, having done so much of the front running, really has not really had a chance to check out Gonzalez and Aegis too much, has he, in this Grand Prix so far?
Is Aegis going to have another lunge? It's from a long way back. I think it's particularly against your teammate. I think it would be a brave move from there. Gonzalez in a very good position, World Championship-wise at the moment, given what's around him. Ethan Guevara second in the World Championship, 3.5 points behind him. He's down at the moment in 7th place, and at 3rd place Holgado in the World Championship. He's back in 8th, battling with Munoz. The next rider in the championship that's anywhere near Gonzalez is his teammate Senna Aegis, who's some 25 points behind him.
Looks like for another lap here in Jerez, it's going to be as you were in terms of Via, Gonzalez and Aegis. This one is coming to the boil quite nice, isn't it? In the hottest conditions of the weekend so far, it's a hot pace that's still being thrown down by Via, Gonzalez and Aegis. The slightly quicker of that top trio was Gonzalez in 2nd place. Vietti has jumped all across now the rear tyre of Estridge. This is the battle for 4th. Alonso there now trying to get himself back into this battle for potentially 13 very valuable World Championship points.
It's an opportunity here for Vietti to move himself up into 2nd in the World Championship. He's currently in 4th. He's just 4 points behind Guevara, who sits 2nd, and of course they're behind him at the moment as he tries to get the run, tries to tee Estridge up through turn turn 5 and just takes a much tighter line, and Screech had to give that one up.
Well, that was a gift. Screech was well wide. He was on the edge of the curve coming through turn 4 on the exit 4, lost all of his momentum on the run up to 5. Vietti had little choice but to make that pass. I mean, he was so much quicker, having made the mistake at 4, Screech, and so now Screech has got to try and regroup. Vietti then goes through 7. He'll keep it left now through the fast left-hander of the Angel Nieto corner. There might be some more trouble brewing as well here now for Alonso, as we can see Aegis this time around into Angel Nieto. He does make the move stick on Manu Gonzalez.
Into second place then, and once again staring at the back of Colin Vire. It's not been a good lap, has it, for the Clint team? The forward of Navarro has gone down somewhere around the circuit at the same time that Alex Screech has lost that 4th place. Does Gonzalez have any kind of counter-attack to launch at his teammate Aegis now?
Well, Aegis has had a dress rehearsal for that move at 9 on Gonzalez, what, 3 or 4 laps ago. On that occasion, he wasn't quite able to make it work. This time around, no problem at all for the 20-year-old from Sydney. His next task then now is trying to break up this very fast and very consistent rhythm at the front by Vire. This is the departure, unfortunately, of Jorge Navarro, tipping off the side of his forward chassis in that turn 6. At the front then, you can see the front brake protector all bent skywards there for Jorge Navarro. So forward interest now being maintained by Alex Screech, who's still circulating in 5th.
Yeah, all the progress that's been made from the forward team has been in the Screech side of the box. We haven't seen much evidence of that from Navarro so far. He's having a tough season at the moment. This battle then for the lead continues. This 3-way fight. The 95 of Vire, the 81 of Aegis, and the 18 of Manu Gonzalez. Of course, Center Aegis, a 3-time Moto2 Grand Prix winner. But one thing he has yet to do in his career is take back-to-back victories.
Alonso now, this is just a matter of time before he picks off a Screech. Screech still on course for a top 6. Another brilliant ride by the forward rider. He's got it all. He's wide. He's struggling at the moment. He's need to turn that forward chassis. We saw him run wide at 4 a couple laps ago. That allowed Vietti to sweep on through. And it's almost a repeat this time around, 3 or 4 corners later. As Aegis now, you can see on the top left-hand corner of your screens, he's all over the back of Colin Vire. Is he going to be close enough to maybe attack the Dutchman into this final corner? No, he's not. Happy to be patient, happy to be biding his time. There's still ample time here. Aegis doesn't need to do anything too rash here. Keep his discipline, keep his focus, and he will have something surely for Vire later on. Vire has not been able to make a break.
Well, Vire will know what's coming. He'll know the preferred overtaking points of Center Aegis. We've seen it all race into the Vieto corner of turn 9. There's Forasato, who we lost a couple laps ago. He crashed in the final sector, indeed crashed at the final corner. There he is, tucking the front, so his wait for some Moto2 points goes on.
Yeah, all part of the very steep learning curve as Aegis tries to get that corner speed, tries to get that momentum going through turn 8. Not quite close enough this time around. Vire's doing an absolutely outstanding job at the front of this Grand Prix. So close. So Aegis goes there. He's almost tripping up over the back of him, isn't he? Now they power down this back straight. Center Aegis. What was it, Remy Gardner 5 years ago? It was the last Aussie to win back-to-back races in the Moto2 World Championship. That is the big target, the big focus right now for the 81 bike of Center Aegis, doing his chances of snatching a seat in MotoGP next year. The power of good right now.
This is the crucial part of the racetrack. Look how much he closes. He's almost crawling all over the top of Colin Vire. Vire has to go defensive now into turn 9, and he just about fends Aegis off. This is the part of the circuit where Vire has to be inch perfect.
Just looks like, particularly through those left-handers, 7 and 8, that Aegis just has more corner speed, just has that slightly better edge grip. Not much in it, but just in the sort of finite differences between the pair of them. Once again, through the fast corners, it looks like Aegis just that little bit stronger. Vire's brilliant though, isn't he, on the brakes? Absolutely phenomenal on the brakes. Is the Red Bull KTM IO rider. We're coming into the business end now of this Grand Prix where tyre wear is going to be a significant factor. Vire still standing firm. He still leads as we move on to lap 14 of 21. 2/3 distance reached.
Holgado has just lost 8th place to Danny Munoz, so Holgado now back to 9th spot. He's got Sasaki, Ortola and Arbolino right behind him, so it could get worse yet for Danny Holgado. Manu Gonzalez with a bit of movement there through turn 3 in 3rd place with the best seat now, is hoping that the two ahead of him get stuck into each other.
Do you know what? Aegis is going to go soon, isn't he? He's going to attack Vire. It looks like at this stage of the race. Aegis looking so comfortable once again through the long sweeping fast corners here in Jerez. He's able to gobble up time behind Vaya. 21-year-old Vaya, 20-year-old Aegis. Two future MotoGP stars, no question about that. Will Aegis be on the MotoGP grid next year? Still potential suitors for his signature in the paddock. Again, through 7, now through 8. Yeah, this is where he's been so good. Called it on the last lap through turn 7 and 8. He has been brilliant, and this time he doesn't even wait until turn 9. Moves through on Vaya, so too does Gonzalez. This has been a real nasty lap 14 as far as Vaya's concerned. In the space of 2 corners, he goes from first to third.
Intact doing a number on Colin Vaya there. Vaya would have been thinking about trying to fight back against Aegis. Manu Gonzalez just took that completely out of his hands and certainly did his teammate Aegis a favour there. So we now have an intact 1-2, and is this now the crucial moment where Aegis can use the clear pace he's got to try and bolt clear at the front of the race?
Senna Aegis, what an opportunity he has to make it back-to-back wins in Moto2 in 2026. What an opportunity he has to really drag himself right into early World Championship contention. He's ridden a quite beautiful race so far. Vaya did such a brilliant job for the first 2/3 of this Grand Prix, combining attack and defence, but has he just run out of grip as we move into the final third of this Grand Prix? Aegis it is that leads his advantage over Manu Gonzalez. Well, that's going to be about, what, 2 or 3 tenths of a second? Yeah, almost half a second.
Yeah, Gonzalez all weekend has looked like he's a tenth or 2 away from Senna Aegis per lap. Aegis has looked the class of the intact field, at least so far this weekend, and he's on course now to claim victory at the Spanish Grand Prix, although Gonzalez does reel him in a little bit with some slipstream in that second sector. The fastest rider on track at the moment by a mile is David Alonso, who's just done a 40.1. He is zeroing in on the back of Celestino Vietti for 4th.
Aegis was wide there, though, wasn't he, on the exit of 6, and that's allowed Gonzalez just to recover all that sort of 4/10 of a second that he'd been cut adrift behind the Australian. This is the part of the circuit, though, through 7, 8, 9 and 10 where Aegis has been on a completely different level in this race. Looks like, unfortunately, for Dutch fans, that Colin Vaya just struggling to match the pace of the intact riders directly ahead of him. Through the fast right-handers we go. Full commitment, full confidence from both Aegis and Gonzalez. What about Manu Gas? Full gas here now. Is he going to try and attack Aegis in the brakes in the final corner? Aegis went defensive. Cut a real tight line there, didn't he, the Aussie? You're not coming through at the moment, Manu.
Tell you what, if Manu Gonzalez can claim victory here, it would be the best victory for me of his Moto2 career, and he's already taken 6 of them in his career. Has he just been playing the quiet, patient game in this Grand Prix while we've been watching so much Vaya leading the race? We've been concentrating so much on Senna Aegis because how quick he's been all weekend. Gonzalez really needed a bit of a tow from his teammate Aegis in qualifying to get himself on the front row of the grid yesterday, but is he about to peak at exactly the right moment?
Well, a big payday in terms of the championship. He does get this win completed because he's already leading the World Championship. His closest rival coming into the Spanish Grand Prix, Ethan Guevara, is only down in 7th place. Danny Holgado, 3rd he was in the championship standings, has slumped back down to 9th. What's happened to Holgado in the last couple of Grand Prix after such a stellar start with the slipstream? Gonzalez trying to just get close enough to attack Aegis on the brakes in the 6th, not quite close enough to attack. This is going to go down to wire, isn't it, surely? Colin Vaya there, still in 3rd place, still keeping very much a watching brief on what might unfold ahead of him.
Love to have a camera on Jurgen Ling at the moment down in the intact squad. He'll be watching this through the gaps in his fingers, just saying, well, yeah, we want you two to race each other, guys. You're both fighting for a Moto2 World Championship this season. Just don't run into each other.
Yeah, they'll want to race each other hard, but the instructions would have been, yeah, race hard, but race clean. Let's not make any silly mistakes, unnecessary risks. Aegis, it looks like he has gained that sort of 4 to 5 tenths of a second back once again on Gonzalez, just because he's so good in those 2nd and 3rd sectors. He's not half bad in sector 4 and sector 1 either, is he, as well? Here comes Alonso on the inside. That's a late lunge on Vietti. He's made it work, though. So David Alonso then now picks up 4th place. It looks like he is going to salvage 13 very welcome World Championship points.
If he'd made it anything like a sensible start, Alonso, he would have been in this battle for the victory. The 3 up ahead, no doubt about about it. He's clearly got the pace to be at the front of this race, but it's kind of a story of David Alonso's 2026 so far. Even when he looks the class of the field, something like the tyre pressure penalty in Austin, something goes wrong to put him back down the field. Alonso, though, to his great credit, looks like he is going to limit the damage.
He's not really had a clean Grand Prix so far this year, has he, David Alonso? Well, if there's drama to be had in Moto2, it does tend to find its way towards the number 80 Colombian, former Moto3 world champion, strongly tipped to be Fabio Quartararo's factory Honda teammate in MotoGP next season. In the present, he's got it all on here to hang on to Vietti, who's not giving this one up without an almighty fight. Once again, you have to pay enormous credit to Vietti, who's doing a top job on the Boscoscura chassis. This time around, he's going to get the measure of Ethan Guevara.
What might concern Aegis, we saw it again from the box in the top left of your screens, the aerial shot. Gonzalez is so much quicker down the back straight than Aegis is. He's a much taller rider than Gonzalez is, Aegis. Of course, teammates will be on very similar setups, but it certainly would appear that on that short back straight, Aegis will be glad it is only 600 metres. Gonzalez takes metres out of it.
Yeah, I would say Senna's definitely north of 6 feet. He certainly towers above me, and I'm a square 6 foot. So yeah, he's certainly one of the tallest and heaviest riders in this Moto2 pack at the moment, though. What a ride he is producing. Certainly this, any kind of podium is going to really drag him back into World Championship contention. Here is Guevara being pursued by Munoz. Alex Escreech is starting to drop back down through the pack. There he is, middle of the picture on the number 11 forward chassis. Escreech then now back in 8th spot.
Yeah, lost 2 places somewhere in the 3rd sector. Both Guevara and Munoz have passed him. There's Holgado, who's rather underwhelming, you have to say, by his lofty standards. 9th place. Then up behind him is Arbolino on the sole remaining Fantic Calyx. Ortola 11th from Sasaki. Unchoosing the points at the moment in 13th. They have Philip Salach and Joe Roberts. The 2 American racing Calyxes currently holding the final 2 points positions.
There is Ivan Ortola. Just outside the top 10 at the moment. He is in 11th place. Got Tony Arbolino directly ahead of him. This is Ayumu Sasaki. Of course, a serial front runner back in the day in the Moto3 World Championship. At the moment, the Japanese rider down in 12th. He can still get himself back into that battle involving Ortola, Arbolino and Holgado ahead of him. Danny Holgado, after the brilliant double podium to start the season, and then of course his name being strongly linked with a Gresini Ducati ride next year. Since those rumours emerged, whether it's been sort of any kind of distraction about his future in 2027 as far as Holgado is concerned, but since it emerged that the Italian team was looking to slot him in there, potentially alongside Enea Bastianini, his form has suffered a massive dip.
Yeah, and he's having another dip here. He's dipping from 9th down to 10th now as Tony Arbolino goes through on the Fantic Calyx. So Daniel Holgado now only scoring 6 World Championship points, and as you can see, Ivan Ortola is about to make it even worse. Up the inside now into the Crivier corner. Holgado plummeting backwards.
Did not see this one coming at all. Thought Holgado was going to quickly regroup after the disaster of Kota, but it's been anything but. Yellow flags are out once again in Sector 4. It doesn't involve any of our top 3. You can see our leading trio in the top left-hand corner of your screens. They're already up into the first corner. It is still advantage Aegis. Mario Aggi, unfortunately, is the rider who's crashed out of contention just outside the points. Was Aggi confirmation on your screens there. Aegis led it over the line. We're on lap 3 laps to go. Aegis' advantage was just under 3/10.
Yeah, and Via, as you can see, is just clinging on to the intact pair up ahead of him, but he clearly had the pace to stay with and stay just ahead of the intact riders, but didn't have the pace to break away, and it doesn't appear as if he can launch any kind of counter-attack at the moment. Aegis, unless he makes any sort of mistake in these final 2.5 laps, looks like he's just about got his teammate under control.
Yeah, and he's not looked like tripping himself up at all, has he, in this Grand Prix? Senna Aegis. Once again, he just seems to favour that later exit. A slightly different line he carries to Gonzalez going through turn 6. Now we're at a part of the circuit, looking in the top left-hand corner of your screens, of course, where Aegis has been pretty much unrivalled in terms of pace and rhythm in this part of the course.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one was by design, because it did cost him quite a chunk of time to Manu Gonzalez, and it has given the World Championship leader a little bit of encouragement here. Is Manu Gonzalez in his position right now, given that he's been a little bit off the pace for much of this weekend, where he would quite happily take 20 points, or at such an early stage of the season, is he prepared to take a big risk up against his teammate to try and claim a 2nd consecutive Spanish Grand Prix victory?
Yeah, when you're this close, you've got to go all in, you've got to go full risk. Far too early in the season to be really thinking too much about the mathematics and the calculations for the championship. He will be desperate to make it back-to-back wins in MotoGP, desperate to prove a few MotoGP team managers wrong, because having led last year's championship in Moto2 for so long, had a test on the trackhouse of Podium in Aragon. I think everybody thought, well, Manu Gonzalez will be a MotoGP rider in 2026, but his name has completely disappeared off anybody's radar, it seems, in terms of seats in the Premier Class next year. Holgado, Alonso seemingly moving up, Ethan Guevara possibly, Senna Aegis as well. You just do not hear Manu Gonzalez's name mentioned at all in terms of MotoGP seats next season, and Aegis has regrouped. It just looks like it's in the faster parts of the circuit where Aegis just has the upper hand.
Gonzalez does have any thoughts of mathematics at the moment. I've got some more good news for him. Ethan Guevara has just lost 6th place to Dani Munoz, home Grand Prix for Munoz. He is from nearby Sevilla, and he's just taken that 6th place. So Guevara now back down to P7.
This time around, it's all clean as a whistle as far as Aegis is concerned in that turn 6. He creams turn 7 and 8. This is where he made that brilliant attack on Via to lead, what, 5 or 6 laps ago. Just a couple of occasions he's given Gonzalez a little bit of a sniff, possibly the Spaniard winning once again in front of his home crowd, but every time that sniff comes along, Aegis is able to extinguish it very quickly. Just what, 1 lap and a couple of corners standing between Senna Aegis and another brilliant victory. It's short window time for Aegis in terms of MotoGP next season. Well, he is standing up and showing potential MotoGP bosses, I'm your man, I'm your guy, come and get me.
And this has been coming for so much of the weekend. He looked like one of the obvious race-winning contenders on Friday afternoon. He and Barry Baltus looked like they were the pick of the bunch. Baltus dropped out of this Grand Prix in 4th whilst trying to chase down this leading trio. Senna Aegis, to this point, with 1 more lap to go, just 4.4 kilometres, has barely missed a beat.
On course to be the 27th different rider to win back-to-back races in Moto2, the first Aussie since Remy Gardner at Catalunya in the Saxony back in 2021, 5 long years ago. He loves winning at classic Grand Prix circuits, doesn't he? Silverstone, Phillip Island, last time out in Austin. Looks like we're going to be adding the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto to the CV of Senna Aegis. Now this one surely is over. He's almost a second clear of Gonzalez. Has Gonzalez just decided to take his medicine, take the 20 World Championship points, because he has nothing at all for Aegis?
I have to say, this top 3, that look behind from Via, they'll be glad that this is the final lap and there are another couple to go, because look how quickly David Alonso is suddenly chasing them down. He did a 40.5 on the last lap. He was nearly a second quicker than Gonzalez and Via, but Alonso has left this chase just a little too late.
Yeah, nothing he can do. Brilliant job by Colin Via. What a weekend he's had here in Spain. First pole position in his career in Moto2. He's going to back that up with a 3rd place. He did so much of the front running. He's going to come up just short in terms of the race victory. But standing head and shoulders above anybody else here in Jerez is going to be the Australian Senna Aegis. Just 1 corner left for the number 81 to negotiate. All nice, clean, neat and tidy, and it is going to be Senna who reigns supreme in Spain here. Aegis wins the Grand Prix of Spain in Moto2. It is back-to-back victories in 2026 for the Australian. He really does ignite his World Championship challenge this season. Manu Gonzalez will retain the World Championship lead and extend it after his brilliant ride to 2nd place. A great weekend for Colin Via, pole and a podium here in Jerez for the number 95. Alonso, what a dramatic Grand Prix that was for the Colombian. He takes the checkered flag 4th, ahead of Celestino Vietti. Dani Munoz is 6th, Guevara 7th, Arbolino, a Screech, and Ortolo are your top 10. Holgado faded all the way back down to 11th. Points for Sasaki, Onju, Salach, and Roberts. But Senna Aegis is announcing himself as a serious, major World Championship threat in Moto2. He wins here in the Grand Prix of Spain.
I seem to recall Ayrton Senna won this around this circuit in Formula 1 back in 1986, and now Senna Aegis, some 40 years on, wins in Moto2. And he looks every inch a potential World Championship contender, does he? Be careful, Senna, as you make your way back onto the racetrack. We have seen Moto2 winners go down there in the past here in Jerez, but an intact GP 1-2, and they are now 1 and 2 in the World Championship as well. Gonzalez leads now by 9.5 points from Senna Aegis.
Phenomenal job that by Senna Aegis. Great job all round by the Dynavolt Intact GP team. Just to mention it as well to Kalex, congratulations to the German chassis manufacturer. That's their 208th Moto2 victory, which takes them above Honda as the lead constructor. The most constructor wins in the Intermediate World Championship history. So a fantastic job to all the Kalex connections. As once again they lock out the podium. Aegis ahead of Gonzalez, ahead of Vaya. Great day for Jürgen Link's German-based team, top two in the championship. Senna Aegis. Kind of got the impression coming into this season he felt like this was the campaign where he was really going to have to step up and emerge as championship contender. That's exactly what he has done. Let's get the thoughts of the rider coach, Tom Luthi, with Jack.
Tom, huge congratulations. Back-to-back victories at only 20 years of age. You've got a real talent in Senna, and it looks like now you've got two live World Championship contenders in the team.
Looks like, yeah, I'm really impressed, especially from the work from Senna. Yeah, it was his weak point, you know, when he was successful the weekend after, the next race weekend to be strong again. And he really sorted it out, and he did really strong. And I have to say, Manu was riding with a lot of brain under his helmet today in this race, also very strong. I'm really proud of both of these guys.
Great day for the team, congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, a day to remember then for the Dynavolt Intact team. 1-2. Senna Aegis leading Manu Gonzalez home. Not a repeat of his fairy tale success here 1 year ago for Gonzalez, but bigger picture-wise, that's a massive 20 points he has collected. It's 3 podiums now in the opening 4 Grand Prix for Manu Gonzalez, who really has banished the demons of his late collapse in 2025 in some very impressive fashion.
Not sure where David Alonso will want to laugh or cry there as he comes in to the box. He actually only finished 2 seconds behind the race winner, Senna Aegis. I think there's a level of frustration there for David Alonso. He will be thinking about that start.
His time will come in 2026, no doubt about it. This is a replay of the start. Look at the far left corner of your picture. 6 on the grid, where's Alonso? What's happened there? I mean, it was almost like the pit lane speed limit.
Yeah, it looks like he went for the throttle again and eventually got it away. He saw Ethan Cavara having to swerve around him off the start line. He was 17th at the end of the first sector on the first lap. It was a heck of a comeback, which also included this, which punted him back down the order a further 3 or 4 places, but he still recovered from that to take 4th place. I don't think it's going out on much of a limb to say that without the start, David Alonso could very easily have fought Senna Aegis for victory in this Spanish Grand Prix. But ifs and buts don't win you Grand Prix. Senna Aegis is your winner, and David Alonso did at least salvage 13 very useful points.
Yeah, some impressive damage limitation as far as the 2024 Moto3 World Champion is concerned. Well, there's a Moto3 victory in the books for Colin Vaya here himself in Jerez. From much of that Moto2 battle here, we thought it was going to be 2 wins in 2 separate classes here in Andalusia for Vaya. But another rider who's gaining experience and, more importantly, gaining confidence and gaining feeling as a Moto2 rising star. He starts the debrief in Parc Ferme with Nicky Iron, as you could see. Great ride that by Vaya. That's his first podium finish of the campaign. And here is a delirious Senna Aegis, who has been through the mill already, hasn't he, so far in 2026. The tragic loss of his mechanic, Robbie Lunaday, in a road traffic accident pre-Austin. I'm sure right at the forefront of Senna's thoughts will be Robbie and his family once again. On this kind of form, he is going to take some stopping, isn't he, Senna Aegis? The celebrations can begin in earnest for Dynavolt Intact. Great job. Moves on to 50 points now in the World Championship, does Aegis. And as Tom Luthi mentioned, I suppose if there was one criticism you could have had of Senna Aegis in his previous Grand Prix campaigns, it's been flashes of utter brilliance, but too patchy, too inconsistent back-to-back wins have settled what was an early storm loose after he didn't score a single point in the first 2 Grand Prix.
So he's dealing purely in maximum scores this season. 2 25-point hauls for victories in Austin and in Jerez. Of course, Brazil was a bit of a write-off for very obvious and understandable reasons. The tragic events in that team that led up to that Grand Prix. We shouldn't forget, Jerez was on pole in the season opener in Podium and was really unlucky to have some mechanical problems which caused him to be ran into by David Alonso. So there have been genuine signs even prior to this double victory for Jerez that he'll be a real threat this season. And Intact GP, without any question, have got 2 genuine title challenges in their midst.
A few more tickets, if there are any still available, for the Dutch TT in Assen in June. Have just been sold after Colin Vyer's fantastic weekend. Great to see some emerging talents coming through from various different sources as well. Of course, Jerez through the Asia Talent Cup system, Colin Vyer through the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup system. The road to MotoGP is producing stars aplenty, destined for MotoGP. Manu Gonzalez then does extend his lead in the Moto2 World Championship. He has been here and been in this position before. We saw it slip through his grasp though last year as he faced a barrage late on from Brazilian Diogo Moreira. As Colin Vyer comes to check out the rear tyres of Manu Gonzalez and Jerez ahead of him. Yeah, how was your rear grip, fellas, towards the back end of that Grand Prix? There is Jerez' father, John Oak, who is a constant companion all around the world with his son. Based themselves, of course, up in the mountains of Andorra, a long time away from home. What a weekend, though, for Colin Vyer. Pole and a podium here in Jerez, and he's with Jack.
Colin, a super weekend here in Jerez, a debut pole position and now the first podium of the year. I imagine this feels like a result that you can really kick on from going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's amazing. Could lead half of the race. Felt really good. At one point, arm pump started a little bit, so I was just choosing to go behind them and just follow their pace because I knew we had quite similar from the analysis of yesterday, so they weren't so much faster, so I thought go behind. But yeah, still leave a little bit of a gap because otherwise the front tire will be gone at one point. But yeah, overall I felt really good throughout the whole race. Last laps I struggled with the arm a lot. I couldn't really brake anymore, but yeah, this is a thing for next time. I'm very happy with the podium, especially coming from America to take nothing, to be here on pole and taking another podium for that, and the first one of the year is amazing. Thanks to everyone at home, thanks to everyone who still believes always in me, and yeah, let's keep the flow.
Top ride, well done.
Thank you.
He's in the flow, and now it's the task of keeping it, as he said there. Yeah, that was a top ride here, Jack. Brilliant performance by Colin Vyer. Slowed by an arm pump issue, which so many riders have talked about here in Jerez. It's a very, very busy, compact, tight 4.423 kilometre layout. Lots of real heavy braking zones. No real respite at all, physical-wise. Well, he extends his World Championship lead with a very hard-fought second place here in front of his home crowd. Jack with Manu Gonzalez.
Manu, once again, you've delivered here in Jerez. Victory last year, second today, and that felt like a real championship ride. How tempted were you to try and attack Senna in those closing stages?
Yeah, well, I'm happy because I'm here at Podium again at home, and it's so nice. I was really wanting to push until the end and fight with Senna because he had some more speed in the fast corner, so I was trying to risk not so much because an error now it can make a really impact in the championship. So I'd say let's do what we have, 99%, no more. If Senna makes some mistake, we will fight. But in the end, I was suffering a bit with the front tire. But I'm happy because it's a weekend that we suffer with the bike, we suffer with the speed, and we finish in second position. That is so good for the championship. But we have to continue pushing, continue improving, and there's some details we need to have all in line to win the races. But yeah, thanks to the team, they worked so good. Thanks to my family, my girlfriend, friends. Yeah, thanks to all the Spanish crowd. They were pushing like hell. But yeah, let's continue.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, come the final reckoning, he may well look back on those 20 points in this year's Moto2 World Championship and think, yeah, that was an excellent job done. As we suspected, as he said, Jerez is just too good in the faster corners here in Jerez through 4, 5 in particular, and then through 7 and 8 was where Senna Aegis really was the cream of the crop here this weekend. Looking forward to this interview then. It's back-to-back wins for the first time in his Grand Prix career for Senna Aegis. World Championship contender in Moto2 this year. You bet he is. Senna Aegis, your Spanish Grand Prix winner with Jack.
Senna, back-to-back wins in Moto2 to really assert your name in this World Championship fight. You didn't have it all your own way in that one, so how special a victory is this?
This is stuff that I dreamed of as a kid. Hours and hours of work, training, coming to Europe, starting at the back, getting an opportunity with Intact, and now back-to-back victories. It's what dreams are made of, and it's fueling the fire. I didn't have it all my way. I was feeling super good at the beginning, and then when I got to the front, I had an almighty save at turn 11, and I was struggling on the back straight, so all my progress, I couldn't quite pass as early as I wanted to, but I saw my opportunity when I saw Colin kind of struggling, and then at the end there, I thought I had more, and I was starting to struggle myself, so I started to think of a comeback opportunity, but we were so strong this weekend on the brakes, as you could see into turn 8. There's nobody that could beat me there, and I was on a mission today, and this one means a lot more than most people understand right now, and it's a very important time for me. And but first of all, we need to enjoy this moment because it's such a long road to get here. So enjoy it with the team and feet on the ground and understand where we are, so we can fight for this World Championship.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, he said it was a dream victory here in Jerez, and quite literally living the dream right now, isn't he, Senna Aegis? As he talked about there, you know, he's come from the other side of the world, from his home in Australia, where he's comfortable to chase the dream that he is, now living to the max. Brilliant, brilliant to see such a young talent who has made so much sacrifice. It's hard to get to the top, it's tough to stay at the top, but that's the next goal as far as Senna Aegis is concerned. All his thoughts will now be turning to Le Mans, and can he go for the three-peat? Can he make it 3 wins in a row? What has been impressive about Aegis, with all of the off-track trauma, all the off-track distraction, to bounce back from no points in Thailand, no points in Brazil, where he clearly did have front-running pace, to then rebound when under pressure, you know, when people are looking at you potentially on MotoGP ride in 2027, no points in the first 2 Grand Prix, to stand up and be counted in testing circumstances both on and off the track, to make it back-to-back wins, Lewis, shows he's got the mental fortitude for it, to back up the talent as well.
He has. A big question answered of him today. Can he find this sort of level on a consistent basis? He certainly can. Senna Aegis, a back-to-back Moto2 winner. He's the team press officer, has the distinction of going up onto the podium and collecting the prize. Colin Vire will join her. It's Corinna from Intact up on the podium. Third place for Colin Vire then, as he adds his name to what is already a lengthy list of podium finishes in 2026. 7 different riders already this season on the podium. Manu Gonzalez, well, he was to a certain extent thinking championship terms in the end. Didn't want to take the full level of risk to try and beat Senna Aegis, because ultimately today there was no beating Senna Aegis. Victory for the 2nd Grand Prix in a row. What a day, what a weekend for the Intact team. They've got their fully fit rider pairing back again in Moto3 and a 1-2 in Moto2. Photo finish, that was Ayrton Senna. It wasn't a photo finish today. Senna Aegis, quite clearly the man to beat, and there was no beating him in Jerez today.
Well, as the Australian national anthem Advance Australia Fair rings out over Jerez, it's fair play to Senna Aegis after he makes it 50 points out of the last 50 collected to really strengthen his Moto2 World Championship challenge. What a day. What a race that was for Jürgen Ling's Dynavolt Intact squad as they take a 1-2 in the championship as well, aren't they now? And Manu Gonzalez and Senna Aegis. Ethan Guevara dropping down to third overall in the rankings. What a great day too as well for Danny Holgado, who slips down from third overall down into fifth. And of course, yeah, you bet we're going to get the shoey from Senna. That's the way to celebrate his fourth Moto2 success, his seventh career podium.
He can't get the boots off.
Well, but that's just, he's probably a little bit tired. It was a long, demanding 21 lap Grand Prix. Yeah, leave it to the experts. Great job that then by Senna Aegis. These kind of performances, these kind of victories are going to bring him to the attention of MotoGP teams next season, no doubt about that. But it's back-to-back wins in 2026 for Senna Aegis. Big smile as the dream rolls on for the Aussie.
Senna Aegis, well, he might as well have been in a class of his own this afternoon as he takes victory for the second Grand Prix in a row. Manu Gonzalez completing an intact 1-2. Colin Via, despite arm pump issues in the second half of the race, took third. David Alonso was catching them at a vast rate of knots late on after his disastrous start. In the end, the checkered flag came a little too soon for him. Fourth in the end. Celestino Vietti, first Boscoscuro home in fifth, ahead of Danny Munoz. Ethan Guevara, seventh after starting back in 12th. Barbolino, Escridge and Ortola pumped Holgado all the way down to 11th place. Ayumu Sasaki, 12th, ahead of Denny Sonchu. And points for the American Racing duo. 14th for Salach, 15th for Joe Roberts. Barry Baltus, one of the high-profile retirements when he was running in fourth place. Both he and Alonso Lopez crashed on the same lap. Manu Gonzalez, his championship lead, then out to 9.5 points now as Senna Aegis climbs from 6th to 2nd. Ethan Guevara drops a place to 3rd. Celestino Vietti keeps his strong start to the season going in 4th. Damaging day for Danny Holgado, who's now 5th and just 1 point ahead of his teammate David Alonso. Unsurprisingly, after today's events, the Morelli Dynavolt Intact GP lead the team's championship. After Aspar's eventful afternoon, their advantage is now 34.5 points. Mechanics lead the Constructors' Championship, but I'm sure you all knew that. Let's take a look at the highlights and I guess the low light at the start of the Grand Prix for David Alonso, who barely moved when the light went out. He was 3/4 of the way down the field at this point, came through the first sector down in 17th place. Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, trying to make the early running before he had to settle into second place behind Colin Via. Senna Aegis taking the leadership of the intact duo before moving through on Colin Via for the lead. A big scare, as he mentioned, that was the moment he referenced in Parc Ferme, that scare through turn 11, which saw him back to 3rd again. But as he also said, he was untouchable through turn 8, which left him so often in position to attack into 9. That was him taking 2nd place from Manu Gonzalez. He didn't wait until turn 9 to have a second crack at Colin Via, moving through into the Aspar corner of 8. Intact afternoon got even better as taking the immediate opportunity was Gonzalez, the championship leader, straight through into 2nd place. David Alonso, after his nightmare start, he did rocket back up to 4th. As you can see there, he very nearly caught the podium trio on the final lap, but he fell short. 4th for him, 3rd in the end for the fading Colin Via, 2nd for Manu Gonzalez, who leads the World Championship, but today belongs to Senna Aegis.
The Grand Prix of Spain is always an unmissable showpiece on the World Championship calendar, and 2026 is no exception as the world's best riders get set for battle at Jerez. On the calendar since 1987, fans have been trackside since the early hours, creating an atmosphere that sends a shiver down your spine. A fantastic round 4 lies in store. It's time to race in MotoGP. We've been coming to this wonderful Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto, for nigh on 40 years. The 41st Grand Prix to take place here, of course, after our double header back in 2020. 4.423 kilometres, 2.75 miles, featuring 13 corners, 8 of them right, 5 of them left. Named after Spanish icons like Cito Pons, Jorge Lorenzo, Dani Pedrosa, Angel Nieto, Jorge Martinez Aspar, and of course Alex Crivier, Spain's first ever MotoGP world champion. Is there going to be more late fireworks on the brakes into that turn 13? One of the hardest braking zones around this Jerez circuit, including turns 1 and 6. Overtaking hot spots around what is a short and tight layout. Well, there's plenty of them. Who will ever forget this battle in 2025? The two factory Ducati teammates Marc Marquez versus Pecco Bagnaia for the second year in a row. Well, a 12-lap Tissot sprint here in Jerez yesterday started dry, and then it became wet and wild as chaos ensued over at the 12 laps. A disastrous start for world champion Marco Bezzecchi after he clipped a tear off the line as the cloud cover started to envelop Jerez and the spots of rain started to fall. Marc Marquez crashing out at turn 13. That gave him the chance to immediately come back into pit lane and switch over to his rain bike, which proved ultimately so decisive and so crucial. Alex Marquez crashing out the lead on slicks in what was the best ever sprint surely we have ever seen. 12 laps full of a season's worth of drama. The first ever flag-to-flag Tissot sprint, eventually won by Marc Marquez. Today, though, is the day that the Spanish crowd have all been waiting for. It's one of the days that we most look forward to on the entire 22-round MotoGP World Championship calendar, because there's been a crescendo of noise. The fanatical, the fervent Spanish fans, well, these are pictures from 6:50 a.m. this morning. But to get a vantage point on those famous Jerez hillsides, you had to be there much earlier. Either an early start or no sleep at all for the Spanish fans, because this is Jerez. This is the one and only Jerez, the one and only Spanish Grand Prix, which is coming your way in just over 40 minutes time. That is one of the great shots of the season, a shot which you never get tired of witnessing, and we have a capacity, a nigh on sell-out crowd here, basking in some glorious Spanish sunshine as they are hoping that Marc Marquez can complete a dream double here in front of the crowd, which is probably going to exceed or be close to 100,000. Brilliant support, as always, for the MotoGP field. Marc Marquez then taking his 17th sprint win in the most dramatic of circumstances yesterday. Winless though here in the spiritual home of Spanish motorcycle racing at the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto, since 2019. Who will ever forget 2020 when Marc's career was derailed by that hefty crash, which almost cost him pretty much 3 or 4 years of his Grand Prix career. He climbed back to the top of the mountain in Motelli last year, although he's got a bit of work to do to find his first Grand Prix podium of the season, because we've seen Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi in particular shine so strongly on Grand Prix Sunday so far this season. Let's hope we get as much drama and as much tension and as much nail-biting as what we saw in that 12-lap sprint yesterday here this afternoon. Double the distance we go, 25 laps in the Grand Prix of Spain, in the company of Matt Burton, commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. It's almost perfect conditions for Grand Prix motorcycle racing. And it's today the day that Marc Marquez will find more perfection, and he could get another double victory. And I guess we could say, yeah, he's been a sprint winner here in MotoGP previously, but will today be the day that he finally plenty of candidates standing in his way. World champion Marco Bezzecchi and from the same household, Alex Marquez, smashing up leading yesterday sprint. He looks in fantastic form.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. It's the home Grand Prix of Alex Marquez. And to be now how big a role that tear-off would play in the action yesterday. Perfect conditions, as you said, for today's Spanish Grand Prix. Anything touched in the sprint yesterday. But Marco Bezzecchi's problems began before the rain got anywhere near this Andalusia venue. The tear-off being discarded by Alex Marquez. Absolutely nothing illegal in what Alex Marquez did there. You're not allowed to discard it on the grid. Alex Marquez did not. He got rid of it before even arriving on the grid. Unfortunately, Marco Bezzecchi, the tear-off became almost like a magnet to the front of bearing of the train when it dropped under the rear tyre of the World Championship leader. Blissfully aware at this point that when he's about to spin up the rear tyre, he's going to leave a big black line and spit Alex Marquez's tear-off up into the air. Marco Bezzecchi's sprint didn't ever really come back from there.
No, 3 DNFs, 3 crashes now in the first 4 sprints of 2026 for Marco Bezzecchi. So he has been suffering on Saturday, not so much on Sunday. Let's get the thoughts of the crew after this pre-sprint drama.
Ma non era vietato il togliere le visiere? La visiera è caduta, si era messa dove c'era la bocca, poi è caduta giù e gli è andata sotto la ruota.
You're not allowed to take your tail off the grid. That's been sort of my replays. Alex Marquez didn't. It was a set of circumstances which Marco Bezzecchi could try and do another billion times. It would not happen as a repeat. The way that tail was flapping around the bridge reminded me of the Polar Express at Christmas trip. That the other lad's ticket starts getting flown all over the train, doesn't it? Marco Bezzecchi, as we mentioned, has had a lot of misfortune on sprint Saturdays. 3 DNFs in the only 4 Grand Prix. Get to Sundays and he has been quite sensational. Last time out in Austin, he won for the 5th successive Grand Prix. The replay of what on the way from Alex Marquez and Marc Marquez. This is Marc then. At this stage, I think a lot of us, and Marc probably himself, was thinking, darn it, I'm blowing my chances of winning this sprint. But Lady Luck was once again on his side. There's Davide Tardozzi, initially thinking, oh no, his crash. Yeah. Now, they knew what Marc was going to do. They knew Marc was going to wait for the field to filter on through, and then he was going to come back into pit lane and swap over to his wet bike. This was a pretty controversial move, you have to say. Lots and lots of people were questioning the legality of this manoeuvre at 5 mile. There has been statements that has been released by the race direction. We'll turn that off now. I'm wondering why Marc was able to get back into the race, win the sprint after this aggressive move on Pecco Bagnaia. His teammates lay completely bored down here in Andalusia. That was a pretty hard move, wasn't it, for the teammates. Marc Marquez eventually taking the checkmate. He was as low as 17th with 4 laps remaining. And then there he was taking his 17th sprint victory. This is an explanation, full explanation from MotoGP officials yesterday post-sprint. Marquez in the pit lane according to the public definition across the pit lane. Entry timing point, which is the entrance to pit lane, where 60 km/h signs are displayed. There is no specific rule that says riders must enter pit lane from a specific place. That was followed up with further statements. Marquez likewise didn't disobey any marshal instructions, didn't cause any danger when he crossed the track as he waited for it to be clear, and he did not shortcut significant portions of the track, thereby gaining any advantage. So in the simplest terms, after that explanation, after all the replays, after all the talk, all the debating, Marc Marquez did not break any rules, hence why there was no sanction.
Yeah, he might lead to a change of rules for what he did yesterday. So in the case of Marc Marquez, get back to Austin last year, and the start procedure has changed because of Marc Marquez's pre-race antics. But that is one of the things that makes the great riders great. They know exactly what they can and can't do. Marc Marquez, of course, a huge slice of luck to crash at the potentially the entrance to the pit lane, but make your own luck at this level. Fabio Di Giannantonio, well, wasn't necessarily on his side either, because he was thinking, had the rain not bucketed down, he was right in play to potentially win the sprint yesterday. He chased down the Marquez brother so quickly in the end, but in the end he had to settle after the collector flag and may head for 5th place. 1 place behind Brad Binder. Oh, how it could have been so different for the South African yesterday.
So many near misses in yesterday's sprint. This was Binder on the inside of Fabio, the Gian Antonio. Brad Binder, he was the first rider, he made the perfect call, first rider to enter the pit lanes to go from his slingshot victory. KTM onto the late tyres. Very, very quickly out of pits. Unfortunately, Brad crashing out of victory contention. Some recovery though, fair play to the South African. Scrapping, fighting for his MotoGP in the future. Seemingly no secret of KTM next season. And slots being filled, which don't feature Brad at the moment. 4th place though, still a special sprint in 36th. He was also 4th at the British Grand Prix in Silverstone in 2024.
Should have been a gold medal really, and what would have been a second sprint win here at Jerez for Brad Binder after he won the first back in 2023. So Alex Marquez, who came into this Grand Prix weekend talking his chances down of winning the Spanish Grand Prix. I don't think many are talking his chances down here this afternoon. Ultimately yesterday, of course so easy to say with the benefit of hindsight, left it 1 lap too late for changing his bikes. Marquez, of course, in the end with that crash, never ever got the chance to change bikes with the bucketing rain catching him out at turn 8.
Make no mistake though, in dry conditions, which we have thankfully here today in Jerez, Alex Marquez has a serious chance to go back-to-back victories here in Spain. He was brilliant. He was fastest in the dry conditions here on Friday. He led the way in this morning's warm session in the dry as well. So pretty much when it's been dry in Jerez so far this weekend, Alex Marquez has stepped up and shown himself to be big threat. We'll never forget his victory here 12 months ago. His first MotoGP success coming in front of a capacity crowd here in Jerez. Emotional scenes for Alex. Almost fitting for him to go back-to-back on what's been his 30th birthday weekend. And another special milestone for Alex today as he's about to start his 250th Grand Prix.
The rider that ultimately he has to catch is his older brother Marc Marquez. It was noticeable, wasn't it, in the sprint yesterday before all of the chaos, how Alex Marquez did catch his older brother Marc once he's cleared Johan Zarco, who was a little taste of the chasing pack behind the 93 yesterday. So Marc Marquez knows full well, but for all the many victories he's taken, 99 of them across his entire Grand Prix career in all classes, his road to a 100th today is far from a straightforward one.
2014, 2018 and 2019, Marc Marquez has prevailed here in front of his home crowd. It's been a pretty eventful weekend for top running Gatlioglu. Massive save he made on his elbow knee into turn 13 yesterday. Unfortunately, first offence causing a crash. Look at that real nasty incident for Lorenzo Salvadori when tumbling through the gravel trap. That contact at turn 5 in the sprint earlier will see Tom Brad have to do a long lap in this upcoming 25-lap Grand Prix.
Did you notice who was right behind them when that crash happened, who had to sort of check up and dodge all of the debris and fallen bikes? Was Frankie Morelli. He was behind Toprak and Lorenzo Salvadori at that stage of the sprint. Of course, it turned around in a hurry for him.
Yeah, Frankie Morelli at the end of lap 1 in that sprint was 21st, P nowhere, and you wouldn't have given him a hope in hell, would you, of fighting his way through to the podium. Started in 18th place, the lowest grip position anybody has fought their way through to a podium in a sprint, 18th to 3rd eventually. For Frankie Morelli. Well, there's a lot of misfortune, a lot of bad luck, I think it's fair to say. As much good luck that Marc Marquez had in crashing out at turn 13 and being able to come immediately into pit lane. All the rotten luck went the way of Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi's pre-sprint drama with the tear-off falling under his rear tyre, the big wheel spin as he launched away. And then there was braking drama. We saw in commentary yesterday the big glowing orange front brake disc for Jorge Martin. No technical issue diagnosed by Aprilia. Of course, they're not told anybody exactly what was the specific cause. Unfortunately, this was cruel for Jorge Martin. No brakes or brake fade, no stopping power into that first corner. And he'd enjoyed a superb first lap. 7th on the grid, he'd already got himself up into 3rd. No question. Jorge said himself, I had the pace, had the potential to win that sprint yesterday, come rain or shine. So he was cruelly denied yesterday. And a bit of a caveat, Lewis, we have to mention today, starting 7th in the sprint yesterday, he will be on the 4th row of the grid this afternoon in 10th.
Yeah, our information is, or our understanding is that it was procedural rather than technical, the problem with the brakes for Jorge Martin. But he's certainly going to have to need his full braking capacity today, because he's going to have to make some overtakes from that 10th place on the grid. Got in the way of Alex Marquez during practice late on Friday afternoon. Of course, that is a big no-no for slow online in MotoGP. It is a 3-place grid penalty, which relegates Jorge Martin from the front of row 3 to the front of row 4. Enea Bastianini, Raul Fernandez, and sprint second place finish yesterday, Pecco Bagnaia are the 3 riders to benefit.
Yeah, back-to-back sprint podiums for the first time in a year for Pecco Bagnaia, going all the way back to Termaston, Texas, our South and North American swing of 2025. The 29-year-old Italian, does he have a lot of fare with the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto, not lower than third in his last 5. Memorable wins in 2022, 2023 and 2024. Some classic battles. I remember one of those victories coming after that incredible double overtake going into turn 6 on lap 1 ahead of Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi. But the current version of Pecco Bagnaia is suffering somewhat. Without a Grand Prix title, you mentioned on screens, in his last 8. His worst streak in 6 long years. His worst streak since that COVID-impacted year in 2020. Bit of work to as well, Pecco. I suppose some positive news out of this Grand Prix. The Martin penalty does see him move up 1 row from row 4 in 10th up to the back of row 3 in 9th on the grid.
Let's head down to pit lane then to get some early pre-race thoughts. Yeah, what might have been yesterday for KTM. Pedro Acosta, one of the top 3 in the World Championship, to crash out. And of course, Brad Binder might well have taken the gold medal, were it not for his fall. Let's get some thoughts from the boss down at KTM, Aki Ayo with Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look forward in a second, Aki, but firstly reflecting on yesterday. As you well know, opportunities in MotoGP don't come around very often.
If I called you tonight, would it feel the same?
Yes, yesterday of course.
Or have we both moved on to different names?
With the weather and everything, and
take me back to the start.
Reference from Friday.
Before the quiet and the score. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start. If only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back what we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat. Both of us knowing what a line at. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scores.
Things were a little bit
Take me back to the start.
Okay, in the dry laps, let's say that there
Before
was
the
some
quiet and the scores.
so it's a little bit best
When the
of
world
so we can
felt
finalize
small
everything. But
and your
we were trying
hands
something,
felt
whether or
warm.
not, but at least maybe a little
Take
more clear
me
direction
back
for the
to
final
the
teams
start.
and advice
If
for
only for a
riding
moment.
and everything. So maybe not enough laps to do really something perfect, but maximum out today.
Pedro was saying all weekend that ever since
If
he's
only
come here
for
on
a
the MotoGP
moment.
machine, on
Take
the
me
KTM, he's never
back
really
to
managed
the
to
start.
find his groove, find his rhythm. Have you been able to
Before the
understand a little bit more
quiet and
You can
the
see in Pedro's body language that he's not
scores.
maybe enjoying
When
like
the
the last races now.
world
And,
felt small
racing is like
and
this,
your
especially nowadays in
hands
the
felt
current
warm.
MotoGP, everything is so close.
Take
And
me
you can see
back to the start.
maybe in the
If
same
only
mood
for
every
a
weekend.
moment.
And, of course, the Jerez is a quite special track, quite narrow track with extreme fast corners, so it's some special thing on this track, and somehow make it challenging as well.
Thanks, Aki. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks to Red Bull KTM Factory Racing Boss Aki Ayo. World Cup coming up in the summer. Penalties galore as well to come off. In this Grand Prix of Spain we just saw there on the screen. Has a long lap, 2 minutes so long, in a long lap for factory Honda rider Juan Mir. Saw the screen there yesterday. There was no disobeying a master instruction, and he did rebound a badly damaged factory Honda up in the clash at turn 2, and then Cardinal Sim, ignoring the black flag of the assist, which means get off the circuit ASAP.
Yeah, the early for the opportunity, doesn't need to jump off the circuit. to rather making factory Honda back to the pits, and he didn't do that. Factory Honda much good yesterday either, just trying to crash out of the sprint. Of course, it's very difficult to be too critical of anyone who crashed in the sprint yesterday, given the ferociously challenging conditions, but Mir did unfortunately extend this rather painful streak of crashes. Crashes in his last 6 starts.
A sight you just love to see. They are some of our most passionate, some of our most partisan, and some of our certainly noisiest fans we get to experience on the Grand Prix calendar. We would not have it any other way, would we? This is Jerez. Just there's going to be some party going on downtown. Party to be arrived on Wednesday. Railing downtown. When you drive the circuit in Jerez, every morning it's all about 7, 8 o'clock. We're all still on the streets having to walk down the club. Not jealously it's a lively downtown experience. And whether the Grand Prix or not here in Jerez, they're up on town. But it's some spectacle, it's some sights. That bike park absolutely jam-packed. I don't think we're going to be leaving the paddock in any kind of hurry later on post-Grand Prix. What I'm real thankful for is after the inclement weather yesterday, which no question did serve up some high drama, some high tension in yesterday's sprint. But today we're going to see the world's fastest riders tackle one of the best circuits in pretty much perfect conditions. Alex and Marc Marquez, no question whatsoever, those two are going to be big players in this 25-lap Grand Prix. Winless in the first 3 rounds of the Grand Prix season. First 21. That's the category. Marc Marquez also falls into that category as well. But yeah, if you're looking at sort of barren runs, as far as the category is concerned, this is one of the biggest they've had. If they don't win today, 6 successive races without a winning MotoGP to extend their longest ever run since they went 8 without a win. At the end of 2020, the start of 2021. I mean, when you think that they've not had one bike on the podium in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix, having had 88 in a row. I mean, it looks like it's just a bit of a blip. But there's no question about it. Aprilia have started testing the caddy somewhat.
The blip has been brought upon by the incredible form of this man, Marco Bezzecchi, and the bike he's on, the factory Aprilia, which certainly so far has looked to be the class of the field. Is this the start of the change, the start of the fight back from Ducati, and the moment where Aprilia's momentary domination begins to shift once again? If Ducati are looking for some omens that 2021 season, the last time they didn't win the first 3 quarters of the season, they did eventually take their first win of the season here when Jack Miller won the Spanish Grand Prix. Ducati have not been beaten here since.
Still working his way back to 4th, the 12th on the grid in the track.
Yeah, 4th row took the mean as he tried to battle through from that injury. Yesterday in those dry laps, it looked as though you were making progress, and it feels as though there is an opportunity here. How do you feel ahead of it?
Yeah, today we have another opportunity. Not in the club position is always difficult in MotoGP to recover position, but yeah, I will do my best. We don't know exactly how is the pace of the other riders, also mine, but I'm 100% sure.
We were sparks on quiet streets,
good race,
2 hearts finding where to meet.
To recover some position.
Pulled us apart, left me
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to the Gresini Racing rider Fermin Aldeguer, 21-year-old Spaniard, still working his way back to 4th. If you joined us throughout this weekend, you saw Aldeguer crash yesterday morning at turn 13 at P2. And when he crashed at Q2 at turn 8, you'd have seen just how much he's still suffering from that left femur fracture he picked up in a training accident in Valencia right at the start of 2026. Still with a very pronounced limp, that is Aldeguer. So full respect to the fact that Fermin is actually out there fighting close to the top 6 as he is.
Let's take a look at the grid then. It's Marc Marquez, Joan Zarco, and Fabio Gian Antonio on the front row of the grid after a wet qualifying yesterday, meaning from medium rear for each of the front row starters. Marco Bezzecchi, the points leader 4th, ahead of Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta. And then Bastianini, Ralph Fernandez and Pecco Bagnaia promoted upper place by a penalty for Jorge Martin, which drops him down starts at 10th. Ayagura starts 11th ahead of Fermin Alsgaard, who we just heard from. Brabbinder 13th ahead of Juan Mir and Luca Marini. Reminder, Mir has 2 long lap penalties to serve. Augusto Fernandez is the first Yamaha on the grid in 16th ahead of Fabio Quartararo, 5 times a pole sitter here, and Frankie Morbidelli in 18th. Top ranked Lorenzo Savadori and Alex Rins complete the 7th row of the grid ahead of Jack Miller and Diogo Moreira, who both crashed in qualifying 1. It would certainly appear from the initial information that every rider is going medium front, medium rear Michelin. Halfway down the main straight. It's heaving down there on the first couple of rows. They're all trying to catch a glimpse of a Spanish motorsport royalty, aren't they, with Marc Marquez on pole position for the 75th time in his MotoGP career. Third time he's been on pole in the Premier Class here in Jerez, 2014, and most recently in 2024, and just his first Ducati pole position. On one occasion he was riding for the Brazilian Ducati squad. The orchestra getting set and ready for the Spanish national anthem very shortly. And his first front row in 15 rounds since the Sachsenring in Germany last year for LCR Honda rider Johan Zarco. Vast experience, that coming to the fore in those damp conditions in Q2 yesterday. Just talking to our Dutch TV colleagues. What do we think, Lewis? How long can he hang in there? He felt more confident today with the medium rear tyre than his potential on the soft when dry in yesterday's sprint. I mean, regardless of where he finishes, because the fact he's on the front row grid, he's got a big part to play in this Grand Prix. Yeah, I think he could potentially aim for a top 6 from there, can Johan Zarco, but we got a bit of a window in the sprint yesterday, didn't we, as to what kind of role Johan Zarco could play, because it took, in particular, Fabio Di Giannantonio a long time to clear him. Part of southwest Spain, this region of Andalusia is world renowned for sherry, for equestrian, and in particular for flamenco, as we're getting a great demonstration of at the front of the grid right now. Let's go down there back onto the grid and get some thoughts from Tech 3 KTM boss Nico Goyon, who joins Jad. Yeah, myself and Nico, we're not dancing away just yet, despite enjoying the music, but I feel like you could be in about 45 minutes time, because Enea Aki has just told me has been the leading light for KTM, which hasn't always been the case in his time with the Orange Factor. It's a real strong weekend. You must be pretty confident for his chances here.
Yeah, it's true. We're pretty delighted to have him so high on the grid. It's really the first time of the weekend that we are so high on the grid. We made a clear step in Austin, and we all hope that this weekend would be good. And to be honest, Enea is doing a great weekend. He's leading the KTM field, as you said. Yesterday in the sprint, he showed a great pace. Before the rain and all this chaos, he was in a let's say he was in a strong pieces. So we just hope he's going to reproduce this performance here, and we're hoping for a strong result here.
Just very quickly, of course, just one rider, Maverick Vinales, continuing his recovery, all on course to see him return at the French Grand Prix.
Well, Maverick is recovering good. His mobility is right now at his maximum. Now he needs to build up his strength. The target is to use all the Red Bull facilities. They have a great facility, so we want to use as much as we can to try to recover the strength. And obviously the target is to be at Le Mans, but we have to evaluate the situation day after day.
Fingers crossed. Cheers, Nico.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Tech 3 KTM boss Nico Goyon. Yeah, just a little bit of housekeeping, as mentioned there by Jack. We unfortunately have to see Maverick Vinales ahead this weekend, as he withdrew over the Austin Grand Prix in Texas after they discovered a screw had worked loose from the shoulder operation he had last July after a big Q2 crash in rain conditions in Germany. Maverick sidelined then from his home Grand Prix here in Iraq. had. Plan A, of course, was to replace him with Paul Espargaro. The injury replacement, they got injured himself. So Paul Espargaro out as well. So we wish Mal a speedy recovery. Sounds like he's going to be ready for Tech 3's home Grand Prix in the
Also send our very best wishes to Alicia Spargaro, who had a very heavy testing crash recently at Sepang in Malaysia. Vertebra in his back. He's at home now recovering, so we wish Alicia well. Would have also been in line for an appearance here as a wildcard this weekend.
We do have 2 wildcards representing Yamaha. One experimental updated V4 M1 is Augusto Fernandez, and also, as you see, because he was caught up in that tangle with top track Pascal Lioglu in the sprint yesterday, Lorenzo Salvadori is also back in action this weekend, wildcarding on an RSGP. Fully, as always, labelling his motorcycle this weekend, a bit of a lab bike. Salvadori, actually, some interesting news he revealed earlier on this weekend. He's going to be staying put here in Andalusia because he's testing 03850 here on Wednesday and Thursday at the Moani factory. Look to get their new motorcycle up and running the first time on track. Perfect time. Then we go down to a Primos Paulo Bernal. No look at all in yesterday's sprint for Bez and for Jorge Martin. Great chance, so surely, of the big figure time from here this afternoon. Let's get Paolo's feeling, Jack.
Yeah, don't you forget yesterday to be a fully squad, but looking forward to this one. Paolo, Marco seems to be in the fight, although the Ducatis do look stronger. What point will Marco start to think about the championship today?
Yeah, no, too early to think about the championship. The goal is to think race by race. So we forgot fully what happened yesterday. To be honest, his mind is fully clear and focus on today. He starts from this road, the 4th place, so he's in a good place to start. Despite of the problem happened to him yesterday, we hope that never happen again. And yeah, he has a good race pace. He's fully focused. We have only with Org the problem of the integrity penalty, so it will be difficult for him. To rejoin the first part of the group because yeah, this is a difficult track to make the overtaking, but we are confident that we saw the start from them.
121 laps ready to come to the race.
Thanks, good question. Will be difficult, but I think he will try. Thanks.
Jack, I love Paolo. What a character. Yes, Marco Bezzecchi has led every single lap of our last 5 Grand Prix. Portimao and Valencia to close out 2025. He's been untouchable on Sunday so far in 2026. You saw the graphic there, he's trying to be the first rider to win the first 4 Grand Prix in the season as Marc Marquez did so 12 years ago in 2014. No Italian riders won the first 4 MotoGP races. Giacomo Agostini in 1972, 54 years ago. Ago actually is here this weekend. And Marco Bezzecchi, the first Italian to win 6 in a row since his mentor, his manager Valentino Rossi did so all the way back in 2002. He's already been breaking records galore so far this season, 2026 as Marco Bezzecchi. Keep an eye on him then, flying away from 4th, and you do know he'll be checking to make sure there's no errant tear-offs anywhere near him as he comes to the line.
Yes, I'm surprised if he gets off the bike when he pulls onto the grid just to have a good look underneath it. He's the 10th different rider, Marco Bezzecchi, and it's the 17th separate occasion in the history of the MotoGP World Championship that a rider has won the first 3 courses this season. Once before, that rider won back in 1990.
Massimo Rivas set close Austin. Marco Bezzecchi, the Sunday man of MotoGP right now. He did the biggest Sunday that. He said it would be crazy. Unfortunately, he said Marco Bezzecchi took the third DNF in the dual format in the first 4 Grand Prix. 75 points over the 4-4 so far this season on Sunday. Bez has taken a loss. This is for the factory Ducati team. No pressure on Marc Marquez or Pecco Bagnaia at all. And they've not gone 8 GP races without a ride on the podium. Or they have gone 8 races without a podium. That is the longest podium run for the factory.
Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life.
Spanish national anthem then played quite beautifully by the orchestra of Jerez. Get the special helicopter view as well over this magnificent Jerez venue in front of what's going to be a crowd of 97,000 fans. Can Marc Marquez win his first WeatherTV race in 7 years? Let's get the thought of the boss, Davide. Tell us to Jack.
Davide, it feels like a big one. Mark from pole position, given the start to the season that he's had, how much did he need to make a statement today?
Bring the energy one more time.
Points possibly in front of a Podium, but I guess that there are at least 5 riders that can fight for the podium.
Bring the energy
Alex
one more time.
is the lucky one, but the 2 or 3 is too. So we'll see.
Bring the energy one more time.
What is gonna be the end of the race? At least the end of the race.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
You're the question, you're
Thanks,
the
Jack.
answer.
Thanks to factory Ducati boss Davide
Bring the
Tardozzi.
animal back to
Hard to believe, isn't it,
life.
the way he started 2025 as a
Bring the
factory
energy
Ducati
one
rider.
more
Marc Marquez comes into
If
his
you
4th
feel
Grand Prix
like
of the
letting
season.
go,
Still
you
winless
can
in the
take
opening
control.
3
You
rounds.
can turn it soul to soul.
Tyre issues that he had through that competition in Thailand. 4th over the line for Goiânia after a lengthy battle with Fabio Antonio. And then 5th over the line in America. He had that big practice crash there on Friday. Still got some very obvious battle scars from Austin. In Texas.
3 race words of encouragement and support for Jorge Martin from his better half. Of course, he has 3 extra riders ahead of him for this Spanish Grand Prix, as we've covered already in the broadcast. The picked up on Friday afternoon, drops him back to 10th. Pedro Acosta back of the 2nd row after a non-scorer in the sprint yesterday. Can he once again put that KTM in amongst the Italian motorcycles on the front couple of rows?
Yeah, this is why Martin's 11th Grand Prix appearance across all classes in Grand Prix racing. He's only ever had 1 podium in Moto2. Now that Alex Marquez has looked in phenomenal form all weekend in dry conditions, unlucky to crash out the lead in yesterday's sprint. Can he bounce back and make it back-to-back wins here in the Red? Let's get thoughts from the boss, Michele Massini and Jack.
Michele, Davide has just said Alex is the favourite. Mark told us yesterday that Alex is the favourite. How much does this race come down to the opening lap?
For sure, Mark is the favorite, no? I have to say. No, I think that we have a good opportunity today to try to manage maybe arrive in front in this race. I think for sure we need a redemption after yesterday. We learned the lesson, and I think that also today in the warm-up we was really fast with the pace, but it's always tricky. We need to see after 2 laps where we are, and of course we are try to win again this race. Thank you.
Marc Marquez is the favourite. Well, I'm not sure I'd believe him either, thanks to Jack for the interview down there. Michele Massini perhaps trying to take some of the pressure off his lead rider, Alex Marquez. Certainly the pace of Friday, and to be fair, I'd say the pace of before it rained in the sprint. The fastest rider out there is Alex Marquez. The rider, as we touched upon earlier, who might hold the key to the Spanish Grand Prix is this man, Joan Zarco of the LCR Honda, who starts from 2nd place on the grid. Unlikely that he's going to have the pace to challenge for victory here this afternoon, but could he play a major role in who ultimately does win it? We saw yesterday in the sprint how long it took Fabio Di Giannantonio here on screen to clear Joan Zarco. Alex Marquez was a second behind his older brother by the time he cleared the Frenchman. I think we're going to see plenty of aggression from those starting 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on the opening lap.
A lot of people fancy Fabio Di Giannantonio to pose a real strong threat for what will be just his 2nd ever MotoGP success. His 1 and only victory in Moto2 came right here in Jerez back in the day. This was some late instructions from his crew chief Ultra Batter. It's a elusive first MotoGP victory going to come the way of the home crowd hero. He's won for fun previously here around this Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. What a difference a year makes. In the 2025 edition of the Spanish Grand Prix, Fabio Quartararo was starting his Grand Prix from pole position and he led the way and eventually finished second to Alex Marquez. The tale of the tape, very, very different. Fast forward in 12 months into 2026 for the Frenchman.
Confirmation from Michelin. Every rider in the field starts on the medium front, medium rear Michelin. From what we've seen so far in 2026, you have to pose the question, does that just tip the scales ever so slightly back towards Aprilia?
12 position to 17th on the grid in this Grand Prix. His worst qualifying in nearly 30 rounds since Phillip Island in 2024. Is today Digia's day? Is he going to win for the first time on the VR36 Ducati? He goes from the front row of the grid. 3 successive front rows this year. Of course, the Gian Antonio. Johan Zarco on the LCR Honda. He goes on the front row for the first time in almost a year. His last was at the Sachsenring in Germany, but it's all eyes. Nearly 100,000 Spanish fans have turned up to witness a great race, and they've turned up for one thing, a great race, but they hope Marc Marquez will be the victor in. He fires away from pole position in the 93, the world champion in Jerez. Greatest motorsport show on earth has arrived at one of its greatest and most iconic venues. It is the Grand Prix of Spain, round 4 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Perfect conditions as Marc Marquez looks to close out a perfect weekend in front of a crowd of nearly 100,000 partisan and passionate home fans. He's already got 2/3 of the job done. Pole position in qualifying yesterday, and then the victor in a dramatic sprint. What a 12 laps we had here at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto yesterday. And it's Marc Marquez that will lead the field away from pole position in this 25-lap Grand Prix of Spain. Keep an eye on World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, heading the second row in 4th place. 4 points clearly is the follower fully rider Jorge Martin in the World Championship. Can Marco Bezzecchi extend this incredible winning run? Can he continue this extraordinary leading run? 5 successive wins. 5 successive wins, leading every single lap as the 27-year-old Italian did crash throughout the sprint. A wet and wild sprint here yesterday. Jorge Martin with a lot of work through these to take his first ever MotoGP podium finish in the Grand Prix here in Jerez on the 4th row of the grid in 10th place. Other riders, other big candidates for the victory surely here today will be Fabio Di Gianantonio. He's looked in fantastic form in dry conditions and perfect timing as we ride on board with our most recent winner here, 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner, Gresini Racing rider Alex Marquez. He has been the fastest rider in dry conditions without any question so far this weekend. Once again, thank you. You are the very best. Over 200,000 fans making an unbelievable noise. We can certainly vouch for that when we've been sleeping in downtown Jerez. It is one of the great sights of the season. So we're going to get a great race to follow here. Over 25 laps on the glorious sunny skies in southwest Spain. Marc Marquez coming to pole position for the 75th time in his MotoGP career. 103rd pole of Marc's Grand Prix career. And talking of centuries, is today the day that he finally ticks off his 100th Grand Prix success. He's been winless here in front of his adoring home fans. He is worshipped in this part of the world. Here's the number 9. 93. They would love nothing more than to see him complete the century here at the Circuito de Jerez Ángel Nieto. Your front row then, Marc Marquez, Johan Zarco and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Keep an eye on Alex Marquez, going from the middle of that second row in fifth. The race winner here last year. It's lights out to a race to MotoGP here in the Spanish Grand Prix. What a start it is for Marc Marquez. So too by the Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi straight away from the second row. Slots himself up into second place. Good start from the second row too from Alex Marquez. Immediately from P3 to P5. Well, there you go. The Marc Marquez leads. Marco Bezzecchi, he wants this laps leading record to go on, doesn't he?
He's not letting that go with an almighty fight. Marc Marquez will be under intense pressure on this opening lap. Pecco Bagnaia looks like he's dropped places. He's behind Brad Binder on this first lap. So both Bezzecchi and Alex Marquez crucially have cleared Zarco.
That Aprilia is an absolute rocket off the line. Bezzecchi up in the second. Jorge Martin's gone from 10th to 5th. I think Martin's got Didier. Didier has gone backwards as well. Martin has already gained 6 places on this first lap. What a start by the Martinator.
Yeah, nightmare first lap so far for Di Giannantonio. Look, he's behind Zarco and he's now side by side with Pedro Acosta on the KTM. Di Giannantonio holds it, but he's in 6th position.
Marc Marquez it is then that leads. He's going to be able to hear the noise of the fans as Zarco's wide going into the Aspar corner through turn 8. That's allowed Di Giannantonio to come back through. And so this leading record is going to go, isn't it, surely now, as Alex Marquez goes on the inside of Bezzecchi into the Ángel Nieto corner. It's a Marquez 1-2. The Spanish fans are in dreamland.
So it's a Marquez Ducati 1-2. It's an Aprilia 3-4. Bezzecchi and Martin. Then Di Giannantonio ahead of Zarco. Acosta 7th. So he's gone down 1 off the line. He's just ahead of his fellow KTM Bastianini.
Bezzecchi's proud run is a phenomenal run of 121 laps at the front of MotoGP races is going to come to a shuddering halt here in Jerez, denied by both Marc and Alex Marquez. It ends at 121 laps at the front of Grand Prix. Confirmation there on your screens. Martin has had an absolute barnstorming start here in Jerez. He's now piling the pressure on Bezzecchi ahead of him. Jorge Martin, 6th place he recovered on that first lap. Absolutely awesome.
The run is over, but I think if he'd offered Marco Bezzecchi that first lap, he might well have taken it. Crucially, he and Alex Marquez, and now Martin, of course, have cleared Johan Zarco, and Alex Marquez already looks like he's putting some serious pressure on his older brother Marc.
We've seen in the practice start sessions just how stable, how planted the Aprilia is. Alex Marquez is trying to get on with business here very, very rapidly. On the inside he goes with brother Marc. He's levelling Marc on the brakes into the braking zone for turn 6. 73 versus 93. Alex gets the better of Marc. Now this spells trouble for the chasing pack because in dry conditions all weekend, Alex Marquez has been next level.
5th to 1st in the blink of an eye from Alex Marquez. And does Marc Marquez, or we're only on lap 2 of 25, does he have anything by way of a response? The Aprilias at the moment don't. They're around about half a second back in 3rd and 4th, and Fabio Di Giannantonio, having cleared Zarco on that first lap, is now starting to get up to speed.
No podium finish so far this season for Alex Marquez, and therefore he said to me on Thursday in the preview, oh, Marquez has gone down! Marc Marquez has taken a huge tumble in the fast right-handers. It's over. There's not going to be a first win here in 2019 for Marc Marquez. The long, long way for his 100th Grand Prix success rolls on as he rolls through the gravel trap. Marc Marquez then now is down DNF for the 2nd time in 2026. A massive dent in his early championship challenge. That was a big fast get off for Marc. Let's hope he's okay.
He got away with the crash. He looks like he is okay, getting on board the scooter back to the box. He got away with his crash yesterday in the sprint, which ultimately helped him win. There is no getting away with that one.
Turn 11. You're motoring through there, the Alex Crivier corner, 200 kilometers an hour at the tip-in. The front just washes away from underneath Marc Marquez. So for the 2nd year in a row on the factory Ducati here in Jerez, Marc Marquez crashes out early at podium contention. They can't believe it, can they, down in the factory Ducati garage. History is repeating itself here in the Spanish Grand Prix. Alex Marquez then left clear at the front. It's now Aprilia's back on the podium once again with Bezzecchi and Martin.
Look at Fabio Di Giannantonio almost running into the back of Jorge Martin there into turn 6. Didier very much in the picture here in that battle for the podium. So as it stands, Marc Marquez drops all the way out of the top 4 in the World Championship. He was already 24 points behind when this Grand Prix got underway. And of course, Marco Bezzecchi currently in 2nd place, on course for 20 more points.
That mistake by Marc just shows how fast the pace is being set at the front by Alex. Marc was on the limit trying to go with Alex at the start of this Grand Prix. Here we go then right now into turn 11, the Alex Crivier corner. as there's more to contemplate, more to ponder for our reigning world champion. The defence of his title has been brutal. It has been so tough so far, hasn't it, Marc Marquez? Yes, he's had 3 sprint podiums already so far this season, 2 sprint victories, but on Sundays his form has completely deserted him.
He's looking human, it has to be said, so far in 2026. He said coming into this weekend, I'm 100% fit again. He's not going to use, he's not one to make excuses anyway, is Marc Marquez, but he certainly wasn't going to use his physical condition as any kind of excuse this weekend. A sprint win, yes, he got yesterday, but he leaves this Sunday Grand Prix with nothing.
Remember last year, Lewis, he was absolutely livid with himself. I've never seen Marc look so angry with a mistake he made in a Grand Prix as he did here last year in 2025. There was a mindset change, wasn't there, Marc? He had to sort of throttle out of it and roll out of it a little bit. He said he was pushing too much in the early laps on the GP25 as it was then. There might need to be another rethink of the tactics, a rethink of the strategy for Marc moving forward after he drops the ball once again. The Gian Antonio then now, perfect time to ride on board with the Italian. That is the textbook move on the brakes on Martin down the hill into the Pedrosa corner. Digi then now up into P3.
Yeah, Jorge Martin's brakes weren't glowing red on that occasion like they were in the sprint, but he still didn't have the stopping performance to outbrake Fabio Di Gianantonio from there. So we now have Ducati Aprilia, and how far up the race now can Fabio Di Gianantonio get?
It does look like it is going to be an extension of Ducati's terrible Barron run. 9 successive races without a podium. Pecco Bagnaia is nowhere, down in 11th place. Lovely move that. Clean, clinical, beautiful stuff that from Fabio Di Gianantonio. Alex Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi are checking out the front of this Grand Prix. The gap between those two just over 7/10 of a second. Fair play to Johann Zarco. What a job he's doing in 5th spot. Oh. That's Bastianini. Well, Tech 3 boss, a factory KTM boss rather, Acciaio, said to Jack on the grid, the best KTM this weekend has been the Beast. And that's a pretty solid prediction.
Look at the rear tyre there, hopping and skipping, and unsurprisingly, it didn't stop for Enea Bastianini, so Pedro Acosta will gleefully take that P6 back again.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself right now as Enea, because having done all that hard work to find a way through on Pedro Acosta, fancying his chances of making inroads towards Zarco, Martin and Di Gianantonio. He's got to do all that hard work all over again now. We know how good Enea is in terms of time management. MotoGP's ultimate tyre whisperer. He will be trying to want to get through pretty quickly on Acosta, because also while he's in this pack he's going to have issues maybe with ballooning front tyre temperature and pressure.
Alex Marquez might have to just pay a little bit of attention if he's not already to what's going on behind him, as this time Bastianini overshoots turn 6, and is he going to lose another place, this time to Raul Fernandez. The KTM of the 23 was somewhere on our left, and he does sweep back in front of Raul Fernandez, but Bezzecchi did his personal best last time round on a 37.2. Fernandez back through now on Bastianini, 25 versus 23, but it looks like the World Championship leader is now starting to get stuck into Alex Marquez.
Take some bottle that from Fernandez, that move on the inside into the Aspar corner, turn 8. So this has been a pretty ugly lap, a pretty scrappy lap as far as Bastianini is concerned. Briefly, he was ahead of Acosta into 6th place. Now he's back in 8th spot, having dropped behind the 2 Spaniards of Acosta and Raul Fernandez.
With Ayogura, he's the 4th Aprilia in the race, 2nd of the Trackhouse bikes in 9th place as he goes wide. That's the KTM once again missing an apex. This time it was Pedro Acosta, and Raul Fernandez has now passed 2 KTMs in 2 sectors.
Well, what can Acosta do to try and find a way back through? Nothing is the answer to that particular question. Raul Fernandez then climbs up into 6th place. Ayogura there, his teammate. Oh, that's going to be close. That's going to be really, really close. That was Acosta almost rear-ending Fernandez down the hill into the Michelin corner.
KTMs aren't travelling any apexes at the moment, as Bastianini then goes back ahead of Pedro Acosta. So Acosta now down in 8th place. And how good from a championship point of view is this already started to look this afternoon for Marco Bezzecchi. Even in 2nd place, he's taking big points out of Marc Marquez and now also out of Pedro Acosta.
Yeah, and Bezzecchi didn't need to be boarded, did he, about the exit of Marquez. He was right in front of him. He saw Marc jump off in front of him on that 2nd lap at turn 11. Further back down the order, then Acosta's suffering big time here, isn't he? Acosta is going backwards. Now coming through, having been passed recently by Fernandez, Bastianini. Agura is the latest one to slice his way through on the fading Spaniard.
So a 2nd is the gap behind Bezzecchi, the leading pair, back to Fabio Di Gianantonio. Di Gianantonio is matching that sort of leading pace at the moment in the mid-137s. Martin's doing high 37s. He's not quite shaken Johann Zarco off yet, and Zarco already at this stage of the race is looking very strong in 5th place.
Alex has just crept his advantage to over 0.6 of a second back on Bezzecchi. Seems like it's in that second sector where Marco Bezzecchi is just able to claw back a little bit of time on the factory Aprilia. We know how good it is agility-wise, manoeuvrability-wise. It turns on a 6 minutes, something like that RSGP. But Alex Marquez at the moment looking rock solid, looking like granite at the front of this race. He looks to make it back-to-back wins in Spain. On Thursday, he said, unrealistic to think I'm going to win here on Sunday. I think it's now becoming very realistic.
Yes, it's not his to lose at this stage, but he's got the track position, and it's now up to Marco Bezzecchi to go and chase him. Marco Bezzecchi, I'm sure, will have the appetite to chase him because he desperately wants to extend this golden winning run. It wouldn't be a lights to flag victory if Marco Bezzecchi wins today, but what a huge victory it could be in the context of the World Championship if Bez can win on Marquez territory.
This time last year, Fabio Quartararo spent a spell at the front of this Spanish Grand Prix. He was leading Alex Marquez early on from pole position. It's a very different story, unfortunately, on that new V4 powered M1 for the Frenchman. This is him fighting Frankie Morelli way down the order in 13th place. Pedro Acosta's got some serious trouble on that last lap. Pedro did a 1:39.4. That was almost 2 seconds slower than your race leader Alex Marquez.
And that trouble is named Pecco Bagnaia at the moment. Bagnaia in 10th place, closing in on Acosta. Acosta just didn't look like he could turn that KTM through the right-hander of turn 8. And look at the distance that he's already lost up to Ayagura. And this looks like an easy move, but it was a brave move. And Pecco Bagnaia at the last moment realised that one wasn't quite going to work.
Passenger, absolute passenger right now on that RC16, isn't he, Acosta? I mean, this is just like shelling peas for Bagnaia. I mean, we saw last year on so many occasions how good of a defensive rider Pedro Acosta was. I mean, he was like a truck at times, an 18-wheeler to overtake, wasn't he, towards the back end of last season, but he's just got nothing. He just has absolutely nothing to fend off repeated attacks here, does he, in Jerez?
Yeah, this is Acosta earlier on in the race when he nearly ran. We were on board at this point, weren't we? And he has lost some from an error, so that certainly won't be helping the handling of that KTM, and that might be playing a role in why Acosta's doing 38 at the moment, now down in 10th place. Pulled that for Marco Bezzecchi on that last lap on a 37.8. Alex Marquez a 37.3, pulled an extra half second out, so the lead for the first time over a second, and look how Bezzecchi has reversed back towards Fabio Di Giannantonio now.
He really has, he really has. Bezzecchi's got this all of us. Di Giannantonio closes
for another half second to Alex.
Yeah, what's going on here? Not quite sure what's happening at this stage of the race as far as Bezzecchi is concerned. I mean, at the moment, this is Alex Marquez's Grand Prix to lose. This is just the ultimate test of Alex's concentration, his focus, hottest conditions of the weekend, but he knows how to get the job done here in Jerez. First-time Moto2 winner he was here back in 2017. First-time MotoGP winner he was here last year. So this is very, very familiar territory around this Angel Nieto named circuit for Alex.
And has Marco Bezzecchi's mindset in this race already changed? Has he already, I guess, come to the realisation in his head, all right, today is Alex's day, let's just make sure we maximise this and get myself on the podium. Fabio Di Giannantonio is certainly not going to make life easy for him, because of course we saw how quickly Di Giannantonio motored into contention yesterday. What can he do if, and that's if, he can clear the Aprilia of Bezzecchi?
Yeah, Bez is struggling a little bit at the moment, not by much, but he's just dipped back into the 38s. The only rider in the top 6 right now that's out of the 37s is the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. 37.6 from Alex, a 37.8 from Fabio Di Giannantonio. So he's leading this race by a comfortable buffer of almost 1.5 seconds is Alex, but he is still hammered down, still fastest rider on circuit.
Yeah, was Marco Bezzecchi trying to give his front tyre temperature, pressure a breather? I guess we'll find out if he does start to catch Alex Marquez again. Here he comes, second in picture on the 72. Jorge Martin also doing high 37s. He's in a relatively lonely 4th at the moment. He's about 8 tenths behind Di Giannantonio and a second clear of Johan Zarco. And of course, Jorge Martin second in the World Championship. So there's plenty of incentive for him to get up on terms with his teammate.
Doing a great job though right now, isn't he, Bezzecchi? Doesn't clearly have the pace to go with Alex at the front of this Grand Prix, but just making sure that he's building up the points, building up the big Sunday points, which are so crucial for the championship. Already 4 points clear was coming into this Grand Prix. A real blow of a date for Marc Marquez in terms of his early championship challenge. Still Johan Zarco on the number 5 LCR Honda. running in a relatively lonely P5. He might have a little bit of trouble coming behind him. Ralph Fernandez on that last lap a couple of tenths faster than the Le Mans winner last year as Alex Marquez engaged the rear ride-eye device. How low did that Ducati drop there as he powered out of that final corner? Yeah, that advantage is just starting to creep up. Secchi has sort of steadied the ship a little bit. He's back into the 37s, but he's 1.6 seconds behind Alex now.
Yeah, Pedro Acosta isn't steadying his ship at the moment. He's continuing to do mid-38s in 10th place. He's now under pressure from Fermin Aldeguer and Brad Binder. There is already damage to the KTM, as we saw of Pedro Acosta, and this is already a day of damage limitation for the 37.
It's been a very up and down season so far, hasn't it, for Acosta? The brilliant double podium, including his first sprint win in Thailand, and then he sort of vanished without trace in Goiânia. Back to prominence last time out in Austin. Tyre pressure penalty, unfortunately, robbing him of a podium in the sprint, but he was on the podium in the main Grand Prix. But here he's been sort of very anonymous, you have to say, Pedro Acosta. He was in Q1 here on Friday. We haven't seen that too often in recent history for the Spanish rider, and he has not been anywhere near the front-running pace at all in this Grand Prix so far.
Yeah, so as we now pick up Pedro Acosta, you can see on the left as we look, his right as he's looking forwards, the wings have gone from the front fairing of that KTM. So depending on whether he's turning left or turning right, he's going to have a very different behaviour of KTM. And as you can see, we've got Fermin Aldeguer, who hails from the same part of Spain as Pedro Acosta here at the Spanish Grand Prix, who's now eyeing up his 10th place.
Yeah, missing downforce in the braking zone as well, missing downforce on corner exit. All factors that are going to be contributing to potentially Acosta's demise here in this Grand Prix. Further down the field, Alex Rins confirming, of course, on the eve of his home Grand Prix here in Jerez that there's no seat for him in the factory Yamaha team, no seat available at all in Yamaha next year for the number 42. Alex is currently down in 15th place, potentially picking up the solitary point. Unfortunately, looking unlikely that Alex is going to have any kind of option to remain in MotoGP in 2027. Something gone down there? I don't know if I heard something in my headset, or maybe it's my ears are deceiving me. Maybe it's just the raucous noise from the fans in front of us who have been on their feet for most of the day.
Yeah, the soundproofing isn't the best in this particular commentary box because, yeah, the fans outside are making quite a racket. We're watching the battle here between Joan Mir and Jack Miller. Jack Miller had a double long lap penalty in the sprint yesterday. Joan Mir has, of course, served a double long lap penalty already in this Grand Prix today, which is why he's back in 18th place. Without that double long lap, he'd probably be in that Acosta, Aldeguer and Binder battle. It's cost him 6 seconds of race time, and he's now behind his fellow Honda rider, Diogo Moreira.
Zarco is doing a brilliant job. It just shows what a difference a top qualifying performance can make to a rider's weekend. Still comfortably fending off Fernandez in that battle for 5th place. Bear in mind, it's almost a full calendar year since Joan Zarco was inside the top 6 in a Sunday Grand Prix. 18 rounds since that happened when he was on the podium at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. So he is cashing in, he is taking full advantage of that front row start. Still there in 5th.
Right, he's got good pace at the moment, is Ayagura. He's lapping in the 37s, which is so you've seen him zoom up to the back here of the beast. And Bastianini on the Sol KTM anyway near the front of the Grand Prix. He's running in 7th. And of course we saw in Austin before the bike packed up just how strong Ayagura's race pace was. The longer the race got on, the stronger Ayagura was. Are we going to see a similar story today?
Nothing really to split the top 3 lap time wise. 37.5 from Alex, 37.6 from Bez, and a 37.7 from Digia. A couple of tenths just off that mark at the moment is Jorge Martin, who looks like he's got Zarco comfortably covered off in that battle for 4th. 13 really important championship points coming the way of Martin. He would have definitely settled for a top 5 coming from the 4th row of the grid today.
Yeah, it's only half race distance, so we're not going to give Alex Marquez the victory in the 25 points just yet, but this must feel so bittersweet from a Ducati point of view. Yes, at the moment they're on course to end their winless run. Yes, they're on course to finally beat Aprilia for the first time this season. It would be the first victory, of course, for the GP26 if Alex Marquez can hold on to this, but it must, as I mentioned, feel so bittersweet because their world champion, the rider who so many were looking at to begin his fight back this weekend, Marc Marquez, already out of this Grand Prix.
There's been a click in Alex's brain after Austin, hasn't there? He said himself he's probably been focusing a little bit too much, paying a little bit too much attention attention to the negatives of the GP26, looking at his problems maybe too much, rather than just going, well, the bike has positive points, let's just make sure we concentrate and focus on those. That switching mentality, well, it's paid off an absolute treat so far for Alex, hasn't it? It hasn't, though, been Marc Marquez's Sunday once again here in Jerez. Let's get some observations from the boss, Davide Tardozzi, with Jack.
Yeah, Davide, just firstly, can you confirm that Marc's okay after the crash, and obviously how costly is that crash in the World Championship?
Yeah, sure. First of all, he's okay, and that's the main, but obviously we lose a lot of points today. It happens, we see. Still a lot of races to go, so we have to look forward and try to fight tomorrow to have a better bike for the future.
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, as we were listening to Jack talking to Davide Tardozzi, Ducati's day is going from bad to worse. Not that it really could go much worse. Pecco Bagnaia, what's happened here to a three-time MotoGP winner here in Jerez? It looks like there's clearly some kind of technical issue that has come the way of the Italian. Look at Gigi Dall'Igna, Marc Marquez crashing out of second place on lap 2, and now Pecco Bagnaia, who was in 9th, has dropped all the way to the back of the field. Still running, the engine is clearly still running, but what on earth happened to Pecco Bagnaia? What a nightmare day, a horror show in Spain for the Ducati Lenovo.
Well, I know good times don't last forever, but the Ducati Lenovo team, who have had such a golden period in MotoGP, must be wondering, is this 5 years of relative good fortune all biting us in the backside in the space of the first 4 Grand Prix of the season? They had an awful lot of good fortune, it has to be said, in the sprint yesterday, but what a miserable afternoon it's proved to be for the reigning rider and teams champions.
Speaking of miserable afternoons, while we were listening to that interview with Davide Tardozzi, we saw Pedro Acosta go careering off on the brakes into the first corner. That cost Acosta 9th place to Fermin Aldeguer. So Acosta's day also is going the wrong way. It's gone south as far as the Spanish rider is concerned. This is the battle for 7th place, and that might be as good as it gets for this pairing. We're on board with Ayagura, looking ahead to Bastianini. They are 2.3 seconds adrift of Fernandez in 6th. Yeah, Bagnaia is pitting. Bagnaia then is pitting. So a technical issue then is going to deny Bagnaia a top 10 finish here, which is certainly not what he came for, certainly not what the factory Ducati team came for. So the factory Ducati team are going to leave the Spanish Grand Prix with a double DNF. No points for Marc Marquez, no points for Pecco Bagnaia. Disaster.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it for the factory Ducati team. It could not have gone much worse. Didn't look like either of the ride-out devices were stuck down, and certainly didn't see any sign of a puncture, any visible sign. Of course, Pecco Bagnaia was eliminated in Sepang last year due to a puncture, but clearly a problem that Pecco Bagnaia has recognised will stop him from continuing in this Grand Prix. So both factory Ducati riders out. Here comes Ayagura, much like we saw in Austin. Agura upwardly mobile in this Grand Prix, although he wasn't able to turn that tight enough to get ahead of Enea Bastianini. This is the battle for 7th place.
And I say you have to take the rough with the smooth. There's been a lot of smooth in recent years for Ducati. Right now, though, it's pretty rough as far as their factory team is concerned, as Agura has an aborted attempt to take that 7th place away from Bastianini. On board once again with the Japanese rider into the final corner. Your heart went out to Agura 4 weeks ago at the Austin Grand Prix in Texas, when he was charging towards what, without any question, would have been his maiden MotoGP podium finish, when an engine failure cruelly denied him. He was the first Japanese rider since Makoto Tamada in 2004 to set a fastest lap in a MotoGP race. But it was all for nothing, unfortunately. Bitter disappointment and frustration for Trackhouse Aprilia, denying a podium in their home Grand Prix. Ayagura hasn't really been a contender for the solid point scoring finish.
Yeah, and it's not a problem that's going to concern Agura just yet, and I think his problem might well now be solved, because Bastianini was wide there through turn 5, but Agura just couldn't get the power down early enough to beat him out of turn 5. But Fermin Aldeguer just did his personal best, and he's now half second quicker than this pair, so Agura needs to get this position sewn up pretty quickly. That's another failed attempt.
Yeah, he was making headlines on circuit with his brilliance in that Texas Grand Prix. Pre-weekend here in Jerez, he's been making headlines off track, because Ayagura, a big surprise move in the rider market for 2027, seems like he is nailed on to move is attempt number 3. Is it third time lucky for Iagura? You bet it is. Finally, then he's worked his way through on Bastianini, so the Trackhouse Aprilia rider up into 7th place. Yeah, Agura-san, he hasn't confirmed his destination 2027 just yet. All he's saying is that, well, he has informed, as Davide Brivio, Trackhouse boss, told us that he will not be on an Aprilia in 2027. All the reports, all the hot goss is that Agura-san is off to the factory Yamaha team. I think we all got caught blindsided by that one.
Yeah, given how strong he and Aprilia are at the moment, why would you want to leave that team? But clearly there will be reasons, there'll be motivations, and we certainly can't blame Iagura for those. As it stands, your vote for rider of the race is going to Alex Marquez. I think you might be able to add another couple of votes up in this commentary box to that, because Alex has been near wheel perfect. Was it the pressure, was it the pace of Alex Marquez in those first lap and a half that ultimately forced the error for Marc Marquez in trying to give chase for his younger brother? Whatever the whys and what falls of it, that first lap and a half looks like winning Alex Marquez this Grand Prix.
Successive Grand Prix weekends that Marc Marquez has thrown himself down the road at about 200 kilometres an hour. Thankfully, on both occasions, he's emerged relatively unscathed, because that was a real big get-off, wasn't it, early on? Picture perfect. Poetry in motion. That has been the story of number 73, Alex Marquez, who powers through turn 12 at 170 kilometres an hour, and he's powering towards back-to-back victories here in front of his home crowd in the Grand Prix of Spain. You have to think, Fabio Di Giannantonio, he's had troubles launching that GP26 off the line, has he? Because there's nothing wrong at all with his race pace. It's as good as anybody's out there in the first 4 Grand Prix, but he's just missing, it seems, that initial launch off the line. As good as the Aprilias seem to be getting off the line, just seems that a couple of the Ducatis not quite so strong, and at the moment it's costing Digi the chance to fight closer for the wins.
He was 6th, wasn't he, on that first lap after that poor initial start from the outside of the front row. And at this level, when you've got Alex Marquez riding in the mid-37s doing what he's doing at the moment, he's not going to give you an inch. You have to be there with him at the start of Grand Prix. Here's another look at Marc Marquez running in 2nd place on lap 2 of the Spanish Grand Prix. And once again, an early error putting paid to any hopes that the world champion had of winning at home. His barren streak, not just in 2026, but his barren streak at Jerez goes on.
Just look at all those fans in the background, head in hands. They can't believe it. Ducati's factory team can't believe it. 9 Grand Prix without a rider on the podium for the factory Ducati team. I don't think anybody saw that in the scripts. Pecco Bagnaia has also been ruled out of contention after a technical failure on his 63 bike. The helicopter shot picks up Malik cruise mode right now in the Spanish sunshine. 2 seconds clear of Marco Bezzecchi. Not going to be a 6th successive victory for Bez if Alex Marquez continues this domination, but it's going to be 20 huge points in the World Championship. Look at that. The 2 Aprilias have got a pretty healthy buffer, haven't they, in terms of 3rd overall in the standings. With Marco Bezzecchi, no rider that's going to offer any kind of big threat to maybe taking that lead off him in the French Grand Prix Le Mans will be his teammate Jorge Martin. As it stands as is, the gap between Bez and Digi will be 30 points heading to round 5 in France.
Yeah, the Ducati contingent must be very glad that Marco Bezzecchi can't sprint at the moment. Otherwise, they would be almost out of World Championship contention in some ways by now, because he's given away so many points already on Saturdays. He's on course at the moment with, what, 8 laps to go to give up his first 5 points on a Sunday. 75 out of a possible 75 so far on a Sunday. They might not look too relaxed down at Gresini Ducati, but I'm sure Alex Marquez is loving this experience. We saw how much he enjoyed his home victory. This must feel even sweeter 1 year on.
Yeah, I remember last year the Gresini team so nervous, weren't they, inside that garage? I think on the last lap when Alex took his left hand off the handlebar and started waving to the crowd in between Angel Nieto corner and Palucci, but he's done a number on the field here once again. You have to say, I mean, this is not a race that he's won yet, but it's not the 25 points. Crushed the sprint as well. There's been something about Alex Marquez in dry condition in Jerez this weekend which has just put him on a different level. He's been on a completely different level to anybody else. But he was nearly 4/10 clear of everybody on Friday. Yeah. I mean, he destroyed the pack on Friday afternoon. Hard to believe that this is Alex Marquez, was going to be Alex's potentially his first podium finish of 2026. Where's he been for 3 rounds?
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary the near 100,000 fans here in Jerez today. Of course, many would have come to see a Marquez victory. I'm sure they're not too picky. Many in the grandstand in front of us have got 93s on their red t-shirts. Those who are wearing the blue and 73 look like they might get their wish here today. The top three in this Grand Prix are on a different level. They are all still doing 137s at the front of the Grand Prix. Martin is looking like he's locked in for 4th, 38.3 for him. He's not was a quarter of a second quicker on that last lap. Agura is now into the 37s too, and he might yet have something to say for his teammate Ralph Fernandez in the final 7 laps.
Well, Alex Marquez, this will be his 4th victory in the MotoGP World Championship. Half of those would have been taken right here in Jerez. He spoke pre-weekend of that there's just something extra special. Nothing really comes close to the feeling for a Spanish rider to win here the Spanish Grand Prix at Jerez. It's just one of those feelings you don't get to taste very often. It's a moment you really have to cherish and savour. Alex is going to experience that special feeling once again, surely, very, very quickly. Massimo Rivola is going to be proud of the job that his 2 factory riders have done here today. All 4 Aprilias, all 4 regular. This weekend are inside the top 7 once again.
Savadori has retired from the Grand Prix, by the way. He's the other retirement, along with the 2 factory Ducatis. Big week of testing coming up for Lorenzo Savadori, and we know he was in pain after that collision with Toprak in the sprint yesterday. Does look as if Bezzecchi has Gian Antonio under control. The gap now is over a second from second. Back to third, the 2 Italians who are chasing the Spaniard, who looks set at the moment with around about a quarter of the Grand Prix to go to win the Spanish Grand Prix again.
It's in Alex Marquez's hands. He knows that. His team know that. He has been absolutely faultless so far. Made that very early attack on Brother Mark on the brakes into the Dani Pedrosa. Corner, a move that Danny himself would have been very, very proud of into that turn 6. And once Mark had crashed out, a heavy crash at turn 11 early on, well, you felt that the writing was already very much on the wall. This is another supreme start by Jorge Martin. This is from the head of the 4th row in 10. He's going to go around the outside almost of Johan Zarco. Straight away, look, he's on the rear tyre of Zarco, who started 8th place ahead of him on the grid. 10th to 5th he was. He gained 5 places up the hill into turn 1. It got better as Jorge climbed up to 4th at one stage.
Yeah, imagine if he'd started where he qualified up in 7th place. He might well have been in that podium battle at the end of the 1st lap, but rather than get angry, Jorge Martin decided to get even, and at the moment he's going to be rewarded with 4th place. Here are 2 former Suzuki teammates going head-to-head, Alex Rins and Joan Mir. Alex Rins missed out on the final point by next to nothing in the sprint yesterday, and it now looks as if Mir is going to take the final Sunday points off him too.
God, this is painful for Yamaha. Joan Mir splits the factory Yamahas. He's done 2 long laps. He's been in the long lap penalty lane twice, Joan Mir. He's found a way through on Alex Rins, and now he's going to start closing in on Fabio Quartararo. I mean, those 2 long laps would have cost him the best part of, what, 5-6 seconds at least.
Yeah, it's a painful experience once again for the Yamahas. The leading Yamaha, as you mentioned, Quartararo, he is 24.5 seconds off the race leader. We've had 20 laps of racing, so once again, Yamaha giving up over second a lap to the race leader.
Oh, dearie me, penny for the thoughts right now of Fabio Quartararo, Alex Rins. First Grand Prix finish of the campaign, having DNF'd in the opening 3 rounds.
Fabio was on the podium here last year, of course, wasn't he? Having taken pole position, a lifetime away from that at the moment from Yamaha's point of view. And the V4 experiment, the V4 adventure at the moment, isn't bringing an awful lot of reward for them.
Yeah, this will be crushing Quartararo if Mir picks him off, which is highly likely with what's still 3.5 laps or so remaining here, to be passed by a rider who's been in a long lap penalty loop twice. That's a humbling experience indeed for Fabio Quartararo before he heads home to France in a couple of weeks' time. Marco Bezzecchi Well, it looks like he is going to take, what, 95 out of our opening 100 points available in MotoGP this season on Sundays.
Yeah, Gian Antonio settled for third place now. He's doing mid-38 in third place. Now a second and a half behind the factory Aprilia. This is the battle that's now closing up. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. Martin just up the road ahead of Johann Zarco. The number 5 still running in a fine 5th place. Can he hold off Raul Fernandez on the Trackhouse Aprilia? You could just see Ayagura in the back of the picture there. He is still faster than all of the riders ahead of him, up to Marco Bezzecchi. But I think he's just about going to run out of time to catch a potential top 6.
Yeah, this has been a class ride by Johann Zarco. He's, what, a good 15 or 16 seconds up the road on the next Honda, which is Luca Marini, languishing down in 13th place. Outside the points, potentially for the first time in his MotoGP career here today, is Zarco's LCR Honda colleague Diogo Moreira, who's down in 17th. It's been a pretty brutal introduction to life as a MotoGP rider in Europe as far as the Brazilian is concerned. Zarco said yesterday, and so did his team boss Lucio Cecchinello, on the medium rear tyre over the longer distance they did feel in the game for the top 6, and that's exactly where they're heading right now.
Yeah, he's been anything but a rolling roadblock in this Grand Prix, which some might have expected him to be, given that he did out-qualify the potential of his bike with the assistance of the weather yesterday morning to put himself on the front row of the grid, but he's not been shaken up at all. Look, he's still got Jorge Martin's Aprilia very much in view. But Zarco's got 3.5 laps of defensive riding coming up now to fend off 1 and potentially still 2 Trackhouse Aprilias.
A bit of an inter-team KTM squabble is ensuing further down the field. Acosta versus Binder for 10th place. Those two, though, are nowhere in terms of lap times. I mean, Acosta's 20.6 seconds back of your race leader, as here comes Raul Fernandez easing. Well, I say easing, it was anything but easing as far as Johann Zarco is concerned, as Raul Fernandez then slots up into 5th place, and you can see Zarco had a good long look over his right shoulder there, because he knows potentially that there's probably more issues coming his way with another Trackhouse Aprilia starting to close him down.
Yeah, because Ayagura's back in the 37s. Ayagura might yet finish 5th himself yet on that Trackhouse Aprilia. And it's going to be another weekend, unfortunately. Yes, he was not helped by unreliability in Austin, but it's going to be another weekend where we're going to talk about Ayagura and say, what might he have done if he qualified well?
We thought this was going to be a first top 6 in 19 Grand Prix for Johann Zarco since Silverstone last year on a Sunday, but he's got it all on to keep himself inside that top 6 right now, because having been passed by one Trackhouse Aprilia, it could be another one charging through very, very quickly. Ayagura, look at the corner speed that Agura's got on that Aprilia through turn 4. I mean, this should be a relatively routine manoeuvre as far as the Japanese rider is concerned.
And we know that this Aprilia doesn't lack straight-line speed in 2026 either. Does Johann Zarco have anything to defend with here ahead of Ayagura? Here he comes, the 79, straight at the inside of Johann Zarco. Parks it on the apex. Zarco's got absolutely nowhere to go, and he's now been passed by 2 Trackhouse Aprilias in 2 laps.
Mirror signal manoeuvre, thank you very much. Ayagura then up into the top 6. Classic block pass there on the brakes into turn 6. You feel a little bit here for Johann Zarco, just going to miss out on that rare top 6 because he's ridden quite brilliantly throughout this Grand Prix. Back with your runaway leader though, Alex Marquez. He has been here before. He knows what this experience feels like. He knows what this experience tastes like. And he's going to get it all over again, surely, isn't he? We're going to see Alex with less than 10 kilometres between him and back-to-back wins here in Spain. The fans in the main grandstand here are rising on their feet. They're going to give him another standing ovation as Alex Marquez will go back-to-back in Jerez.
Dare he celebrate early this time? He certainly won't celebrate on the penultimate lap, but we know he enjoyed the celebratory final lap here a year ago. Here is the battle between the 2021 World Champion and the 2020 World Champion, all for 2 World Championship points. Quartararo versus Mir.
It's been a heck of a fall from grace, hasn't it, in 2026 for Fabio Quartararo. Behind him is the bike that most people think, albeit in a slightly less capacity, an 850cc Honda next year. We'll see Fabio Quartararo try and get himself back to the front in MotoGP. Still no official word on where Joan Mir might be landing in 2027. He's been strongly linked with the vacant Ayagura seat in Trackhouse. Of course, close connections to the American team with Davide Brivio, team manager there. Davide Brivio, team manager for when Joan Mir did win that MotoGP World title back in 2020.
We also need to be watching the two Trackhouse Aprilias, because Ayagura is right behind Raul Fernandez. We've got Aprilias 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th, but we're not convinced yet which order they're all going to finish up in.
Mia not close enough to send it on the inside of Quartararo on the brakes into turn 6. That was where Alex Marquez made his ultimately race-winning overtake very early on in this Grand Prix, ahead of brother Mark. A heavy crash followed quickly thereafter for Marc Marquez, which is a real body blow for his early championship challenge. Out of the final corner we go then. What a sight this must be for Alex Marquez. The powers down the start-finish straight, 4.4 kilometres, 1 lap and 13 corners now between Alex and another brilliant victory in Spain.
The Aprilia streak, as good as they have been this afternoon, 4 bikes in the top 6 is about to be broken by Alex Marquez. This is that battle between the two Trackhouse RSGPs. 25 of Raul Fernandez against the 79 of Ayagura. They're on course for 5th and 6th, but who will earn the bragging rights down at Trackhouse?
Yeah, Ayagura, nothing like a bit of bragging rights, as Lewis mentioned, to boast in the garage post-race. Raul Fernandez will certainly not wanted to relinquish that 5th spot. Just see how much Agura's been able to just blitz away from Johann Zarco. Zarco's in the 39s. He knows that he's pretty well clear of Bastianini, so no point in him taking any risk. Here comes Agura. Well, he made this move on Zarco on the previous lap, and he dishes out the exact same move. Carbon copy manoeuvre there from Agura on Raul Fernandez.
Into the stadium he comes. Last year he was already celebrating with the crowd. Are we going to see the left hand come out this time?
Yes.
Alex Marquez, out
Yes.
it comes. He knows that a 2nd consecutive Spanish Grand Prix victory is his.
What a weekend it has been for Alex Marquez in what is his 250th Grand Prix start. His journey to the World Championship began here as a raw rookie all the way back in 2012 when he was a teenager in Moto3. But Alex Marquez, on Thursday, he celebrated his 30th birthday. That was the birthday cake. Today here in Spain, it's been a piece of cake for Alex Marquez as he wins in style the Spanish Grand Prix for the 2nd year in succession. He was never really troubled, was he, once he passed brother Mark early on in that battle. Alex Marquez then wins his 4th MotoGP race, a belated 30th birthday present, the perfect late birthday present for the number 73 on a milestone appearance weekend for Alex. He comes to a rest in front of the 73 grandstand. They're going to be erupting right now in more celebrations. Alex Marquez then takes the win by just under 2 seconds from Marco Bezzecchi. Not a 6th successive win for Bez, but 20 massive points in the World Championship as he extends his lead over teammate Jorge Martin. Fabio Di Gianantonio does complete the podium. Jorge Martin is 4th from 10th. The two Trackhouse Aprilias, 5th and 6th. Top 10 for Zarco, Bastianini, Aldeguer and Acosta. Points for Binder, Morelli, Marini, Quartararo and Joan Mir. But Alex Marquez, there's something about Alex Marquez and racing in Spain over the last 12 months or so. 2 wins now in Jerez, 1 win at the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Alex Marquez has done another number on the field here. He is your Grand Prix winner in Spain as Marco Bezzecchi increases his lead in the World Championship.
Next time Alex Marquez tells you he's unlikely to win a Grand Prix, take it with a pinch of salt. He told us on Thursday that back-to-back Spanish GP victories were not likely. It's looked almost a formality ever since Friday. He had that one covered since midway through Friday afternoon. Marco Bezzecchi will certainly treasure those 20 points. In the grand scheme of things, could potentially turn out to be another big day in the World Championship for him on another day where Marc Marquez slipped up and scored nothing.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking Alex to task on that one, saying it was unrealistic to win here on Thursday when I spoke to him in the pre-event press conference. Well, he has been utterly untouchable so far this weekend, hasn't he? Well, pre-race, Michele Massini feared that Marc Marquez is going to be the Grand Prix favourite, but Alex Marquez once again gets the job done here in Jerez. Let's get the thoughts of the Gresini boss with Jack.
Michele, on Thursday, Alex said he didn't have a chance this weekend, and I have to say, I agreed with him. He's been nowhere near it in the first 3 Grand Prix, so what on earth have you done to see the Alex Marquez of last year return this weekend?
Yeah, you know how important it is when a rider is feeling back on the bike, and this was the case. we take our chance. We won today, and I hope that we continue to keep this feeling in the next GPs.
Congratulations.
Many thanks. Gracias.
Well, he did plenty of winning, didn't he, in 2025? What was a real breakthrough season as far as Alex Marquez is concerned. He started his winning form in MotoGP right here at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. Taking him a little bit of time to adapt and adjust to that GP26. But Alex Marquez really has announced himself this year here in Jerez. Another good ride, a quality performance, a mistake-free performance, you have to say, from Fabio de Cianantonio. You just know that Alex is going to lap up these scenes. He drops to his knees as he did here 1 year ago. This is not a new experience, but Alex just soaking up what is a truly unique vibe, a unique atmosphere here. You speak to any Spanish rider and they'll tell you it's a boyhood dream. If there's one Grand Prix a Spaniard wants to win, it is right here in Jerez. These riders, they grow up watching their heroes racing around Jerez. Steady on, Alex.
I'm not sure how sturdy that is.
Still got a little bit of energy to jump on the nearby canopy. Yeah, enjoy it, soak it up, live it, Alex, because you have deserved it. I suppose if there's any tinge of regret from the weekend, it's going to be the fact that he didn't get a double win here, because, let's be frank, he's been on another level in dry conditions. Had it not bucketed it down with rain in the sprint yesterday, he was more than likely going to be the sprint winner here in Jerez. There is nothing that comes close. There is nothing quite like it when you are Spanish born and bred and you win here in Jerez.
Well, happy knack, hasn't he? Twice now he's won here at Jerez. Of course, won in Barcelona last year too. In the grand scheme of things, though, Aprilia will have surely taken that. Second for Marco Bezzecchi and fourth for Jorge Martin. Let's hear the words of Massimo Rivola speaking to Jack.
Massimo, how big of a day does this feel in the World Championship?
I'm super happy about the fact that we didn't stop crying and not looking at our job, and we did a proper job. I'm super happy. We just need to fix the Saturdays.
Looking at Jorge in particular, I mean, I guess if it wasn't for that three-place grid penalty, he could have been in the mix as well.
I'm super happy to see the explosion he has. You know, the first laps is really a beast. I think he's missing a bit of a pace, but we are speaking about the very, very last part. So I think about improving, and physically still need, you know, the 100%, but he's there. He's coming.
Congrats, another great day.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. Thanks to Massimo Riva of Aprilia Bros. For the first time since October, Marco Bezzecchi did not lead a MotoGP race, but in the bigger picture, he has taken a very important 20 points. That was the key race-winning overtake. Alex getting on the inside of brother Mark into the Pedrosa corner, turn 6. Any hopes that Mark had of responding to that early aggression from Alex, well, they were curtailed very, very quickly. Well, that was the trademark, the famous celebration that Alex produced here 1 year ago. He does it once again. Make no mistake, numero uno in Jerez is Alex Marquez. What a weekend. Surely one of the best weekends he's ever had in his Grand Prix career. 30th birthday on Thursday, and that is how you celebrate your 250th Grand Prix start.
Well, this was 1 year ago when Alex Marquez was taking his very first MotoGP victory, and it is deja vu 1 year on. Jerez, well, in many respects it is Marquez country, but for the second year in a row, the name is Alex.
He's coming to the turn 11, the fearsomely fast right-hander, where brother Mark crashed out of victory contention. Marco Bezzecchi, well, you're not going to have race-winning potential in every Grand Prix. He's still seen the funny side of it, and with good reason, because he was there, right there, putting early pressure on the Marquez brothers. And he topples over into over 100 points, 101 points now, 11 clear ears of Jorge Martin. 40, well, how Marc Marquez.
44
points behind in the World Championship. That's a full Grand Prix. Only 37 points available, aren't there, over a Grand Prix weekend?
Is Alex going to take the Marquez route here into pit lane as he celebrates, wants to take in every bit of adulation from the home crowd. He is indeed going to go the Marquez route. Doesn't matter when the race is already finished. You can head into pit lane whichever way you want.
That's actually quite funny. That's actually pretty funny from Alex. Tongue-in-cheek, of course, but as he comes to Parc Ferme, just as he was in Jerez 12 months ago, it has been the Alex Marquez show. Superb, absolutely superb performance. We have been waiting for the 2025 version of Alex Marquez to arrive in 2026. I think it is fair to say the now 30-year-old Spaniard has arrived in 2026. Jubilant celebrations for all the Gresini squad. There is Michele Massini there, just to the right of the red-shirted Ducati engineer. Just look what it means. Lightning has struck twice, hasn't it, for the Marquez brothers here in Jerez. This time last year, it was Alex who was jubilant, celebrating, and Marc was licking his wounds after crashing out of podium contention. Well, it's the same again here today, as Fabio Di Giannantonio celebrates what is his second podium finish in the last 3 Grand Prix, and another big scalp as far as Didier is concerned, because he moves back as the top Ducati rider in the World Championship. I think that was probably about as good as it was going to get today for Jorge Martin. He was always going to be in a spot of bother, being that deep on the grid in 10th place. He took full advantage of a quite magnificent start. Gained 6 places on that opening lap alone. I'm sure Alex is just asking some of his camp there just how brother Marc is. There is Nadia Panavani, of course, right in the middle of your picture. Team boss, team owner of BK8 Gresini Racing. Looks like they're going to have 2 new riders in that team next year, with both Alex Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer strongly linked with departures. Alex potentially going to be a factory KTM rider in 2026. Another great ride, another top 5 finish for Ayagura. That means every single time he took the checker flag this year, Agura, he's been inside the top 6. 3rd place, so from the front row of the grid for Fabio Di Giannantonio here in Jerez, and he's with Jack.
Fabio, it's another Grand Prix podium, this time coming here at Jerez, but I'm sensing that you felt there was maybe more out there today. Just give us your reflections at the end of it.
For sure, I must be happy. At the end, we done a good weekend, and it's the first time that here in Jerez we are this competitive. So for this, I'm happy. But I think we left something in the decisions of the setup of the bike. The team did amazing. The preparation was amazing. Everything was just great. But then I think me first, I misjudged the condition and I chose the wrong thing. So yeah, happy, but it's because it was my decision. I'm a bit, with a bittersweet feeling. Thanks everybody. We're doing a good job. So let's keep pushing.
Top ride, well done.
Ciao ragazzi, ciao a tutti.
Yeah, another great performance by Fabio Di Giannantonio. He just keeps racking up the points, doesn't he? Particularly on Sundays. 3 front rows in the last 3 Grand Prix, including 2 pole positions. And now that is his 2nd Sunday podium of the season, which sees him well and truly firmly in the early championship picture. 30 points he is behind Marco Bezzecchi before we make what is always a hugely anticipated visit to the Bugatti circuit in Le Mans in France. Well, for once, it's not a P1 board that Marco Bezzecchi will hold aloft in Parc Ferme, but that won't really be troubling the Italian right now, because points make prizes, and he's taking the big points on Sundays, isn't he? As we've talked about throughout the weekend, as Massimo Riva has talked about, once Bez can sort out Saturdays, then he is going to be tough to catch in this year's World Championship. Let's have a listen very, very quickly then to the thoughts of our World Championship leader. 11 points clear then now he is of factory Aprilia comrade Jorge Martin. Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi's winning run comes to an end here in Jerez, but it's still a very important 2nd place. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Well, Marco, once again, you've bounced back brilliantly from yesterday. Second here in Jerez. How important a result does that feel?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy. Today was super important to make a good race after yesterday, but also because we struggled a bit all the weekend, so it wasn't easy, and we made a good performance. I'm very happy. Alex, for me, was too fast today, but congrats to him. He deserved this, and I made my best. I gave my all. The fans has been amazing also with me. I know I'm not Spanish, but anyway, thanks a lot for the support, and now we think about Le Mans.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
His attention will turn to Le Mans. We get a kiss on the camera lens from Marco Bezzecchi. On the days that you can't win, make sure you're picking up the most number of points that you possibly can. And as far as that's concerned, Marco Bezzecchi did a stellar job. I don't think anybody was going to really be troubling Alex Marquez over those 25 laps in that Spanish Grand Prix. But he told us on Thursday it was unrealistic for him to come here expecting to make it back-to-back wins in front of his home crowd. But that's exactly what he has done. Alex Marquez's fourth MotoGP success, 50% of them have come right here in Jerez. And once he got that first one under his belt last year, he really did start kicking on in terms of the championship. But it's your back-to-back Spanish Grand Prix winner in MotoGP, Alex Marquez with Jack.
Alex, you've just gone back-to-back at the Spanish Grand Prix. Describe what you're feeling right now.
Not many words to describe this moment. I mean, we studied a lot this beginning of the year, but you know, this weekend looks like with a good reset in the break that we have for weeks, and we're here 100% motivated with a really good feeling, with a really good flow. And today for me was clear. I mean, go from the first lap, pushing, trying to take the lead, and from the moment put my rhythm. I know that the rhythm was really good until the end. We saw it on 37s. Well, last lap not 38.9, but you know, to say hello to the grandstand of Moto3. So yeah, just that, and yeah, so thanks to the team because they never stop working. They always believe me, and also to all the grandstands, to all the fans, the Spanish fans that are here are amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, he had one plan, and that was to attack and get to the front as early as he possibly could. And you have to say, that plan